Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to day 4 of Memeridian Remastered. Hope you all are doing well, and let's get back into it. So, if you weren't here yesterday, we actually managed to make some progress yesterday on day 3 after day 1 and 2 had like no progress at all. Because yesterday we did manage to finish off all the bandit camps, collect all the vessels, because we had those rules to do that first. And we just left off where we had defeated Nil. So you can see 6% in Frozen Wilds and main game 22. So some progress has been done. So yay. We'll see if progress will continue today. We're starting off so far today with 0 spins, so might have to dive straight into some progress. But before we do, as always, we voted out half the rules yesterday, so it's time to replace said rules with some new ones. So let's see what we got. For the first rule we're adding, I assume we're probably gonna get some sort of rule about doing X thing first. Because, well, no auto pickup is the first one. Because there's still many of those rules left on the wheel. With the no... there's still many rules left on the wheel for doing X thing first. So we're probably gonna see one of those that's gonna dictate at least what I have to do in formal progression. So no auto pickup. That was one of the new rules suggested by ISO. So moving on to next one. Which will be... looks like machine scans first. I think that one was voted out yesterday. So it came back immediately. So that means we have to get all the machine scans first before we can do anything else. Fair enough. Alright, got 2 more rules to add. Oh, excuse me, 2? No, 3 more. Right? 1, 2, yeah, no, it is just 2 more. Oh yeah, we only vote out 4 because we don't have the 10th rule yet. Looks like animal figurines first, I think it landed on. Oh, was it? No, there's no selling and merchants, so no selling and merchants is back, lol. Lol. At least I managed to sell some stuff at a merchant yesterday. So no selling at merchants. Alright. Oh wait, I put that at 6, so it was supposed to be at 4. Let's quickly fix that. There we go. Still need rule number 6. Still need rule 6. Yeah, so some of the rules that have been voted out just seems to come back. Oh, there we go. There's another first one. It's gonna be the corrupted zones. Corrupted zones. But obviously once we complete those, do X thing first, they'll be replaced by something else. But obviously we still have to do machine scans before corrupted zones, because it's listed before then. So with that, I think we have all our rules in place, so let's just do a quick reminder. We have no auto pickup, machine scans first, no restart from save, no selling merchants, kill all alerted, corrupted zones first, no handling coils, and outcast outfit only, and no skipping dialogue. And with that, we can start the timer and officially begin day number 4. So first things first, gotta get rid of that auto pickup thing. I guess I can still do no pickup animations, it just doesn't have to be an auto. Cool. Like I said, we left off with having defeated Nil, so time for the next thing. I can have map markers again, yay. Because that got voted out yesterday. Might come in a little handy for the machine scans. How many machines do I even have? Because I've scanned some of them, just by happenstance. Watchers... Yeah, so we're still missing quite a few. We're missing Broadhead and Charger in terms of mounts. Landshorn, Glenthor, yeah, we're missing most of them. So, still definitely some hunting to do. So, let us begin with that. I guess moving over here, get the bellowbacks done first. Probably the pro move here. And also, we are still on story difficulty, by the way. No, wait. We were on normal yesterday, right? Yes. Until, I think it was 3 minutes past the hour. Something like that. I forgot to write it down, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 3 minutes past. I am almost certain it was 3 minutes past. Oh, I can get the Stalker right here. Because that Stalker was not cloaked. With quest log machines, so yeah, there's Frostclaw, Fireclaw, and I guess Deathbringer. Those machines I will not get until they become available. So I have to get every machine scan that is available first. That's how we did it last time. There we go, we got the Fireball back. And then we want to move down here and get the Freeze Spell back. Backs out of the way. So starting off today with some progression, but as I always say in Memeridian, it usually is day 3, 4, 5, or it usually is day 4, 5, 6 where most progression gets done.
Easier when I was a kid.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of progression today, and then there'll probably be a lot of spins when we get to the last day. Or whenever we get to a spot where people think it's gonna be funny to do some defense. But for now, it's still gonna take a little bit of time to get through all the machine scans and corrupted zones. So, completely free progression. It still seems a little far away, to be fair. So it'll probably be some time before we get to that, and I also wouldn't be surprised if we get more of those first rules eventually. And up here by Sunstone Rock, I can get myself a behemoth.
It's some sort of culture fort. It's under attack by machines.
I don't like our chances.
Behemoth,
You want to tell Warden Geneva we back down? Well, let's take our chances.
Let me just see here. Just quickly scrolling through. Seeing what machines are there we're missing. Right. Oh, Charger. Even the machines I'm missing, I kind of feel like moving towards makers is actually a good idea. I think I'm gonna do that. Love how scared they are of Geneva. It's not just the prisoners that are scared of her, even the guards are. Maybe the game should have played more into that aspect of her. Or maybe it's better to just leave it ominous. through this area. Especially since we're on normal. So two of them. I've had scrap already, I guess I did. There's chargers here. Lovely. The scene scans might actually be relatively quick. A few of them that's gonna be a little annoying to go for, like the Frozen Walls ones, because we do have to go up there. But we can just go out there last and then backtrack with corrupted zones. The reason why I want to go to Makers is because I need the Corruptor. And I already completed the tall neck. In the middle of the map where there's also a Corruptor. And I'm almost 99% sure that that Corruptor is only there when before you complete it. I had a regular watcher, right? Might as well do a few scans here and there just to be safe. Just in case there's some silly one we're missing. I think we had lance one. Nope. Got the lance one. And we got the broadhead. Also need to move towards Memeridian because the rock dragger is up there. Which is another one we were missing. Already starting to fill out, so Glinthawk, Corruptor, Ravager, Rockbreaker, Tallneck, Corrupted, Shellwalker, Trambler, Longlake. Alright. Just a little reminder there. Longlake is right here.
Looks like those Glinthawks are searching for scrap.
Folks are coming in hot. Still have no handling coils as well. Jesus, there's so many machines there. At least we got all the ones that alerted. Now we got a long leg and Glendhawk cataloged, so that's good. Progress, yay.
I think I'm in the clear.
Just keep double checking. Don't want to miss something stupid while I'm in a certain area. Just spawned here. Take my poison here, Sawtooth's a snap wasp. Is it like a pig at poison situation? At least we can get the Ravager there. I apparently forgot that Ravagers could spawn there. And it is probably not a spawn as I'd ever think of it, but it might be useful to remember that for later. Shell Walker coming right here. Shell Walker catalog, nice. Getting through most of the machines fairly quickly here. Rockbreakers might be a little tricky to get without alerting, but we'll see. If I sneak up, surely one of them will be above ground. Surely. No worries, gents. Enjoy your walk. What do you mean by that, Seth? Just need one of them. Do a peek. If they're just bobbing up and down, that's not gonna make this easy. Gotta be closer. A little tricky to get closer without being spotted, but a nice challenge. Oh, replying to Craig. Oh, gotcha. I missed his message. I got spotted. Sorry to take a quick break here, but my stomach is telling me I need to go to the bathroom, so be right back. Sorry about this. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, wasted some normal difficulty time there. But oh well, here's what it is. Got the Rockbreaker scan, but I do have to kill it. Since we're just going for machine scans right now, difficulty is not too important. And there's no way I was gonna add the normal anyways, stored form, or left in time form. For the corrupted zones anyway.
Not done yet.
One down.
Good hit.
Ah, come. Wow, that rock hit me at the perfect time. Well, we got him. We got him. Let me just refresh here again. Still Corruptor, Trembler, Tolnik, Corrupted.
Sandstorm scrapes like stones.
Oh yeah, I've cleared the Bandicam. I can just ride through the Bandicam now. Lol. Trying to avoid it. Already forgetting what progress I've made, apparently. Lol. Lol. Alright. What's up, Aaron? Memeing is going well?
scrabbling a bit.
Need to get close enough to get this cropper here. There we go, cropped it down. Now we just need Trampler, Tallneck, and Cropped in the main game. And then we need to get the machines we can get in the Frozen Wilds, because we still have 2 of them locked behind progression. Nah, we have to go to the Frozen Wilds anyway, so no reason to go to that Cropped zone for that. Welcome back, Gents. Hope it was a nice walk. Happy 23-hour mark, by the way, everyone. 23 hours into Memeridian. A lot of stopping, though. Well, when you walk with a dog, that happens. 23 hours, 23%? Maybe. Ah, not really. Little high. But close. 1% per hour. So we're slightly over 1% per hour, I guess, in terms of pace right now. Which some might call abysmal. Absolute abysmal pace. What's up, Alice? Ferret dancing in the fire. How many power-ups are we at? Oh, 26. 26. I still wish power-ups would just be included in the
Bring the dead back.
in the regular API for bits, but nope. I wonder why that is. Is it just incompetence that Twitch just hasn't thought about it to like include it, or is there some reason why they don't include power-ups? Because also in your payout, the money you get from power-ups is listed under experimental rather than under bits/cheering. I wonder if there's like an explanation for why the difference. I guess it's maybe because technically power-ups are still an experiment Twitch is running, but I feel like, at least in my stream and from what I've seen in other streams, people seem to like them, so surely they can stick around by now. Yeah, maybe. How long have we had power-ups? It's been like half a year at this point, because when we did the last Memeridian, they were practically a new feature on Twitch. Like, I think they had just been added. So it's been more than half a year. So why not just make them official? I know some streamers are not a fan of them, but I feel like for the most part they're fine. Oh well, probably just not high on Twitch's priority list. Maybe on their end, maybe they can see that even though some people use them, they haven't necessarily led to more bit sales. Because I assume that was like one of the main things they want to notice about it. Like, do people buy more bits for it or not? I don't know. Yeah, it could be that they have just not integrated. I just feel like... I just doubt that it's... I just have my doubts that it's them. I think it's more on Twitch, because on Twitch's end, they're also not counted like as regular bits. So that's why I assume it's on Twitch. Because like I said, when you look at your payout, they are listed under experiment rather than bits. Which is where you usually get payouts from, like, things Twitch are testing. Oh, by the way, we are back to Ultra. Back on Ultra. Have a fun walk in the cold. Well, I didn't kill or fight anything on normal. So it's not a spin. It's only if I forget before I fight something. That's how we agreed upon it last time. Yeah, probably not gonna use my mount through this area. So yeah, it should only be corrupted machines missing now in main game, right? Obviously Deathbring I'm missing too, but that's tied to progression, so we're not getting that. So yeah, just corrupted machines. And then we need Scorcher and... yeah, just Scorcher actually. Well, we are getting 2 spins regardless. Multi, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the kindness and generosity. So we are getting 2 spins. Got a hair in my mouth somehow. Sorry about that. So thank you so much for that, and that brings the total of spins up to 151. So above 150. Where's my machine wheel? Where is it? Show it to me. Oh, found it. Couldn't find the tab where I put it. So what is the first spin? No. Ah. Well, that's a bit of a massive detour. Dang it. Once again, going to Sunstone Rock. And then the other one almost doesn't matter, but watch her. Boo. Boo this wheel. God dang it. Off to Sunstone Rock again. That's probably the one thing. Actually, no, not the only thing, but one of the things that would be most annoying to land on in a current situation. Guess you got lucky there, Multi. A bit more lucky than Random did yesterday. So, GG's. And thanks again for the support. Appreciate it. Oh well, let the journey begin. Too real, just hate you. Have you been unlucky more than you were yesterday? Well, maybe a little bit. Yeah, Rust and Sunstone Rock. I mean, it could also have been something like Frozen Wild Sunstone Rock. But, so, yes, sure, it could have been worse. Definitely could have been worse. But, still a bit of a detour, for sure. At least we started off today with some decent progress in terms of getting machine scans. Because we are just missing 2 machine scans.
Now.
Just need to scan the corrupted machine and the Scorcher. Then we're done with those. But obviously I have to do the spins first before we can do that. Because if I scan a corrupted machine, or Scorcher for that matter, before the 2 spins up, or any spins up, that would be another spin. That would be a rule break. But oh well, let's get these 2 spins done.
That'll look them up.
Nice.
Get it! Rally! Sun King!
Stupid bandits. By the way, I had a lot of skill points. Should probably start using them. Let's probably get Strong Strike. It's gonna come in handy, I'd imagine. And probably would be worth starting to... Actually, no, let me get the order upgrade. Since our inventory is constantly full. Let's expand that inventory a bit. Yeah, Lucky's on your side at the moment. Fair enough. Fair enough. To be fair, I will also say at the end of yesterday, I probably got a little bit more lucky than I had any right to. I'm about to fight these guys, aren't I? Oh wait, I can sneak through here. So they're just gonna find my mount. Yeah, it's probably better to stay off the mount since we're on Ultra now, going down through this passage.
Slow and quiet.
At least until we get to the village. Just to avoid any unnecessary fighting.
Keep that for later.
Don't want to be slowed down more than usual. Especially given how little progress I've already made in this run. Gotta try to at least do these spins somewhat efficiently. So that I can at least have a slightly better odds of actually finishing this run. Yeah, the no mount rule. Haven't landed on that yet. Sure it will happen at one point. It hasn't happened yet. This way around to avoid the stalkers. Could sneak through without the mount, but I think with the mount it's faster to just go around. I think. went for the mount. Good. Just as I wanted to. What I'm planning to do right now? Well, we have 2 spins at the moment. So I have to go to Sandstone Rock for the first spin, which we are getting very close to. And then I have to get a watcher. And then once that is done, I have to finish the machine scans, because rule number 1 is all machine scans first. I'm currently missing 2 machine scans. Corrupted Machine and Scorcher. So that is how it looks right now.
It's under attack by machines.
So, me going to Sunstone Rock here has been a bit of a big detour.
You want to tell Warden Geneva we back down? Well, let's take our chances.
Unfortunately. But we made it to the door. Go boop. Then we only have 1 spin left.
Do not succumb to the shadow.
Time to find a watcher. And probably also find a watcher on the way to a corrupted zone where we can scan the machine. I mean, that is already a rule. Fast travel isn't allowed. That is one of the permanent rules of the run. Now, it is possible for me to get a spin that gives me 1 fast travel. If I get lucky. But that's the only way I can fast travel. How are you doing, Dutch? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. Doing great. Having a lot of fun with Memeridian so far. And really trying to see if we can get some progress done, because well, progress is very limited after day 4, then I'm starting to get a little concerned that it's gonna be hard to finish on Saturday. If the progression continues to be like this. So trying to step up my game to make it a bit more realistic. Should be a watcher here.
Hup.
Why are they all so far away? We've been investigating? As a speedrun? Yes. Okay. Managed to get him before he screeched. Ooh, that was close. Like, my current speedrun plans right now is to, once we're done with Memeridian, go back and still try to get the sub 140 and Zero Dawn New Game Plus Ultra. Still haven't achieved that. So that's my number one goal when we are done with Memeridian. And then after that, I want to also improve my record in the Frozen Wilds. Nah, New Game Plus Ultra. New Game Plus Ultra. Nah, there's been no news on Horizon 3. It's just rumors and stuff. Unless some breaking news has happened since before I started stream. Which I somehow doubt. But obviously we have known for a while that Guerrilla Games are working on 2 games at the moment. One being obviously Horizon 3, and the other one being the Horizon multiplayer. The one that's more co-op focused. Because technically there are 2 Horizon multiplayers in the work. One that's allegedly an MMO that can apparently run on phones, so who knows if we ever see that one. That's the one I don't care much for. And also the one we probably know the least about. And then there's the other one that's made by Guerrilla themselves, which is a Horizon game that's a bit more multiplayer focused. Which we have gotten some info of from like leaks, but not really much. Yeah, that's the story from last year, Dutch. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, they've confirmed a long time ago that they always wanted Horizons be a trilogy as long as the games were successful enough to have warranted it. And obviously they have been, so yeah. But yeah, last year there was that news story. I remember that where they just reconfirmed it. Because obviously people keep forgetting about it. So yeah. And a lot of people are speculating, by the way, that the Horizon multiplayer made by Guerrilla is actually coming out this year. I personally don't think so, but I don't really have anything to base it on. I don't know. I don't know, keeping my expectations low, and especially for all multiplayer stuff, with how Sony has been handling all their live service stuff lately, especially all the canceled games and projects. I'm just keeping my expectations low for any of it, especially including the Horizon multiplayer.
Fascinating, if they weren't looking for me.
The thing, Aloy. Almost got spotted by that bird. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people. I know Artix has been saying he thinks the multiplayer comes out this year. But again, I just really doubt it. I feel like we would have heard something more if it was actually coming out. Maybe not officially, but I feel like there would have been some more info from leaks and stuff that, at the very least, I hadn't seen. So I just assume. And because we haven't heard more like leaks and rumors about it, that just leads me to believe it's not this year. And also because they have cancelled so many of the other multiplayer projects, PlayStation, I just have a feeling, or I personally just have this belief right now that if I wake up one day and there's a news story about it being cancelled, I'm probably not gonna care. But oh well. It would be fun to have a Horizon multiplayer, don't get me wrong. I would love it, especially if it's good, you know. It's fun to have something, you know, you can play with others in the Horizon universe, because I do think the potential for a multiplayer game in this universe could work really well. It's just with everything else that's been happening with the PlayStation multiplayer stuff, I'm just very
so much for being careful
at the moment when it comes to it. And also seeing how, in my opinion, little care they put into the Remastered and the Lego game. You know? Both of them just falling quite flat on all its potential. that has also just soured my opinion about any other spin-off Horizon stuff. Like, obviously the remaster, like, I've complained a lot about the remaster and thinking it's disappointing, but... And even though I've enjoyed my time a lot with the Lego game, it's pretty clear that game... It had potential, but it just... For it to be a lot more, but... A lot of that potential just seemed to have fallen completely flat on its face.
Save me, please! I praise the sun every
So
day!
because both of those have been relatively disappointing, that is just kind
I
of...
don't want to die away from Meridian!
It's kind of just jaded me a little bit when it comes to any other Horizon spin-off stuff. I still think Horizon 3 is going to be amazing and all that. So, I just can't get excited for Horizon 3 because I'm living under the assumption that that game is at least 2 years away, so I have no reason to start getting excited for it. But any other Horizon project, I'm just kind of like... I need to see it before, one, I believe it, and I need to play it before I get too excited about it. After the other projects.
Just an old thunder.
Yeah, the prize also for the Lego game for sure. What's up, Esty? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So yeah, I just feel a little jaded when it comes to any Horizon spin-off project at the moment. Because I just can't justify to myself to get excited about any of it. At least right now, as things stand. Yeah, the multiplayer, the PC version is probably gonna be at least a year or two after. I'd imagine. I don't think it's gonna be as long as it was for Zero Dawn, because we saw with Forbidden West it was only 2 years for PC. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that are saying, oh, PlayStation's probably gonna start releasing games on PC sooner and sooner, which, I mean, they already have, but I still don't think Sony is any sooner. I've said this a lot, but I still, from everything Sony is saying, it doesn't sound like they're gonna release day and date anytime soon on PC. But I could see them go all the way down to just 1 year after release, similar to what Rockstar usually do with their games. Where it's like, here's the console version, we'll pick it up, patch it and all that, and then they'll focus on getting a good PC port done, and then release that. I could see Sony kind of emulating that model. Whoa, that's another spin. Pump the brakes. SD, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. And that's the spin counter. Thank you so much for the kindness and generosity. Subs went to Lexas, MKB, Master Vibo, Strange Andre, and Jay Hansen. Enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing, and thanks again, SD, for the generosity. Alright, let's see what the spin is. How bad is it gonna be? Okay, that's at least on the way to where we're going already. Not bad. So, not a slight detour, but not a massive detour. Actually, no, wait, Shellwalker? I might get a Shellwalker before the Cauldron. Now, think about it. Oh yeah, Shellwalker's actually really
Going
good.
down fast.
Might run into a Shellwalker just around this corner. Yeah, so far it's only multi that has have luck with the wheel so far today. But we'll see if that continues to be the case. But yeah, I don't know if you guys agree with me on the whole any Horizon side project thing. I'm just jaded when it comes to any Horizon side project at this point.
There's gotta be a way in, somehow.
Because all of the, even though I have enjoyed my time playing all of them, It just feels like all of them have so much wasted potential for what they could have been. Therefore, it's still hard to get excited about any other Horizon spin-off project. Let me just here. Because, like, the Lego game had amazing fun combat, the story was kind of funny, especially as a Horizon fan. So that was cool and all, right? But that's basically all it had. Like, anything else just felt really flat or uninteresting, and a lot of the usual things you would get in Lego games you didn't get in the Horizon game. And then the remastered version is like, yeah, we got better graphics, but nothing else. And you just compare it to any other PlayStation remaster where they actually add a bunch of new content to the remasters. As much as people complain about the remasters, they do add cool new features to them, and with Horizon we just got nothing other than better graphics. And a broken ass launch that still has a lot of bugs in it, so yay. No worries, Multi. Enjoy the meetings. And even the Horizon VR game, even though I personally haven't played it, I've seen a playthrough of it twice, and it feels like it's just kind of like, yeah, it's Horizon VR, which is cool, but that's basically all it is, you know? Right? Like, don't get me wrong, that's cool, but I feel like they still could have done a little more with it to make it, like, really cool, really exciting. Just like the Lego game is like, oh yeah, it's Horizon Lego, it's cool. But it could also have been quite a lot more. I have to squeeze that shot in. Shell Walker is done. Just need to kill the rest here. Depends on who you ask. I personally like Zero Dawn's combat more. But I probably also have a bit more nostalgia for Zero Dawn, which excuse my bias. Die here. These guys are literally in my face. There's so many of them. But to be fair, I will say it kind of depends on what type of combat we're talking. Because in my opinion, just to quickly explain it here, I don't want to linger on this point. So I'm just quickly pausing here to explain my opinion on it. In my opinion, I like late game combat more in Zero Dawn, but early and like mid game-ish, Forbidden West is certainly better. Is how I would say it. Is how my personal opinion is. Late game combat in Forbidden West is a little too much in my opinion. I feel like you get a little too overpowered in Forbidden West in late game. Should have been more limiting. So hopefully that explains my opinion on it. Early game and like mid-ish game, Forbidden West combat is certainly better than Zero Dawn. But like late game, and especially super late game, new game plus stuff, Zero Dawn is way better. Alright, now the scrappers. That's like my opinion on it, and I know a lot of people will disagree on that and have debates about it, but that's my personal take on, I guess, Horizon combat in that sense. God, this spin took a lot longer than I anticipated, thanks to those shell augers. There we go. We finally cleared that spin. Good lord. So it might have been an easy spin to get to travel-wise, but that was a tough fight and I lost most of my medicine. Rip. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense.
Need them soon enough.
That's like one thing I hope they do more in Horizon 3. Is I hope they limit you a little bit more. Don't make you too powerful. In Horizon 3 in terms of combat. Because the thing I really like about Horizon, and probably a reason why I played it so much, is I like that there's that skill. Like, sure, you get better weapons as you play and all that, right? That makes things easier. But the main thing that makes you better in Zero Dawn is also just getting better at utilizing what you have.
I need to keep my kit dry.
You know? It's whereas in Forbidden West I feel like it leans more into it's like how well you do is more dependent on like how good your weapons are. Whereas in Zero Dawn it feels like there's a solid cap to just how good you can or you know, how powerful you can be, right? And therefore if you want to get better at that point you have to there we go, got the corrupted machine, so now we just need the Scorcher. Because of that cap, if you want to improve more than you have from just your weapons getting better, you have to learn how to use those weapons. Whereas it feels like in Forbidden West you get so powerful that it's just like that never really becomes too much of a need.
Might regret this.
It is in the early game, but once you get like late game and like I said super late game, aka new game plus stuff, you're just a little too powerful, you know. So hopefully that explains what my stance on it. And you're welcome to disagree. I would love to hear other people's opinion on that. Because I feel like Forbidden West does it so well in the early and mid game. Where, yeah, you're fairly limited by your weapons and stuff like that, right? So you kind of have to use them, or you kind of have to know how to effectively use them if you want to get a lot out of them. I feel like that just gets lost by the time you're in the late game. If you get time and you get OP, I mean, that's true. I just feel like it's a little too OP at the very least. You know? It becomes a little too much. I mean, you're right, you don't have to. Are you fucking kidding me? Machines to spot me. Maybe the Watcher will though. Because the Graceless just ran off without actually alerting. Okay, I somehow managed to get that Chill Walker without. I mean, I kind of like being powerful in video games too. I just feel like that limit that wasn't zeroed on. I just kind of miss it in Forbidden West, I guess. Especially in the speedruns, to be fair, but obviously games shouldn't be designed for speedruns. I get that. Which is probably why this might be a hot take for any speedrunners watching. Which is why I honestly feel like any percent Ultron probably is the better speedrun category. The more I think about it. But yeah, this is just all my opinion, to be fair. I guess I just wish in a way Forbidden West didn't lean too much into the RPG side of it. Because I just really enjoy a game where, sure, you get more powerful as you play, but at some point you just reach a limit where the game is just like, hey, if you want to be better, you gotta learn how to use what you have. You know? Any percent UH? Yes. I like that category a lot. I mean, I get that it's an RNG nightmare, but maybe it's just because it's been too long since I've done any Forbidden West speedrun seriously. And that's why I'm having very rose-colored glasses right now, but yeah. I think, and probably also the fact that in the New Game Plus run of Forbidden West, I guess I'm a little tired of the whole critical headshot RNG in that game. And by the way, I'm complaining more than I actually am. Like, I still like Forbidden West a lot, don't get me wrong. But it's because I like it so much that I want to critique it. Meme runs are amazing. I'm just still trying to recruit people to do... What's it even called? I forgot the name. Why am I blanking on the name? Oh yeah, roots percent. That was the thing I was thinking of. So to be fair, once I get back to Forbidden West, my opinion is probably gonna change. So I'll probably have a little bit of rose-colored glasses. Because it has been over a year since I did any percent Ultron in that game. But I just remember having so much fun with it. Which is a shame that I got burned out while I was grinding that category, but that was not because of the category, that was more just me having played like Forbidden West for almost 2 years straight. That burned me out. I do think it's important to separate game critique from speedrun critique. Yeah, I mean, I try my best to do that, but obviously, you know, in my position, it's hard to do that completely, right, Jaywind? But even casually, I still wish they may be limited a little bit more how powerful you could get. I still wish that was more of a thing in
Would
Forbidden
have
West.
terrorized the cut for years to come. If it weren't for you.
It feels like it's been forever since Sakuli started her painting. When will it be finished? The sand near Sunfall.
Especially when we have a game like Horizon where it's like a big part of the gameplay is supposed to be you getting rewarded for, you know, hitting tricky shots or hitting weak spots
way
and
down.
stuff like that on machines. Right.
Outland.
I feel like when your weapons just get so powerful that it almost doesn't matter if you hit a weak spot or not. That element of the game just gets completely taken out of it. Root sucks because certain people are... Well, I mean, at this point, all I just want to say about Roots is like, it's one of those runs where a lot of people are talking about
Can't
it,
be
but
too prepared.
in reality, nobody is running that category. Like, sure, we had like, what, 4 people put a time on the leaderboard? And that's about it. You did 40 runs? I don't know about that, but fair. I've only seen, as far as I'm aware, 1 submission from you, so that's all I can go by. As someone who does moderate set leaderboards. Where's the Scorcher? Oh, there he is. Cool. We have all the machine scans, not spins. Progress has been made. Let's just double check here. We have all the ones that are available. The only one missing in main game is Deathbringer, which we can't get yet. And Rockbreaker, oh sorry, Fireclaw and Frostclaw. Which are tied to progression, so we can't get those yet. Which means it's time to replace that rule. It's time to replace the rule, because we got all the machine spins, or scans. Why do I keep saying spins? I got spins on the mind. And yes, Jens, you're also just one person. Which is another thing. You know, one person can't make a category active. Trust me, I've tried in the past. Alright, what we got? It's probably gonna be another first, isn't it? No, we are not learning any more skills, apparently. Huh. Well, that one doesn't really matter too much, given how many skill points we already have. But fair enough. That means we're on to the corrupted zones. Because now we have the rule of corrupted zones first. Cool, cool. Corrupted zone time. So we got, let me see, how many corrupted zones are left? We got this one, this one, this one. I don't think only the Rockbreaker one I did over here, right? So yeah, we have the one up here, down here. And yeah, the jungle ones and the desert one. There we go. So yeah, time for corrupted zones. More progress. Let's do it. And after the corrupted zones, I might be able to do progress freely. Which is really gonna speed up that process. I don't know what it is about Forbidden West. It's just kind of like most of the meme runs, they get like popular for like a week and then they die off immediately. Compared to Zero Dawn, where all the meme runs that did get popular got attention for way longer, like Smack and Apps.
I'll tuck that away.
Whereas any meme run in Forbidden West just kind of seems to die within a week at best. And then occasionally you might see apps percent or all relic runs be shown off at a marathon, but that's about it. Sounds like a meme?
Easy,
I mean,
easy.
true. Maybe smack percent and apps percent were just that special in Zero Dawn.
Outlander, wait.
Like they
wait a
lasted
moment.
so long and actually got quite a lot of history to them. Yeah, probably. Probably.
These things that kill.
Yeah, the people that that did a lot of Zero Dawn meme runs never ran Forbidden West, or more or less didn't run Forbidden West. So it had to be the Forbidden West runners that picked up the mantle, and they just didn't. There was a lot more focus on main game runs in Forbidden West. Yeah, I assume you mean friend percent, right? The one with Gildan. Yeah, that one actually had some decent momentum, but yeah, that one probably got optimized a little too quickly. That one got optimized a little too quickly, and it hasn't seemed to have any development since. But then again, if people kept running it, they probably would have found more things. And I don't remember how good the friend percent record is, but my assumption is it's not perfect. It is beatable. I mean, I'm sure every category is beatable. And Smack just became so much of a meme that people, even without new strats, people would still try to find ways to cut like a few seconds here or there. But probably also benefited from the fact that people were in lockdowns at the time. Which might have given it a bit more of an artificial boost.
Look out below!
What's up, Savick? That was close. Probably at this point, yes. I don't think we are 139ing this one. As it looks right now. But almost at the corrupted zone here. I am going for corrupted zones right now. Because we have the rule that says all corrupted zones first. So I have to complete all the corrupted zones before I can do anything else. And once that's done, we'll replace that rule, and in case we don't get a rule that requires me to do X thing first, I, at that point, would be free to complete whatever I want. We'll see.
Take the upper hand.
Wait, I'll save for this one. Fire. Is that all the chargers? Might be. Looks like it at least. Corrupted zone down. Let's get all the way down to the embrace for this one. It'll take a bit of traveling time to get to all the corrupted zones, but all. We'll slowly but surely get there. Whoa, the fuck? What was that noise? By the way, one thing I feel like I should mention in regards to the Forbidden West speedrun, at the very least when it comes to the New Game Plus runs, it has all those skips and a bunch of other movement, which is really cool and fun to do. And it takes a lot of skill. So even though it has that issue of the... So even though it has the current issue of, what's it called? Of having to rely on the RNG of the bow so much. It still has all these other things that are really good for it, though. I mean, I guess you want to prove a point, but I don't know. I feel like the Roots meme is basically dead at this point. Sorry to say.
A quick way down.
Because nobody is running it. I mean, you're apparently doing a run now, but I don't think that's gonna change into multiple people running it. Which is more of the main issue that I have with it. Lim is running it. As far as I'm aware, didn't Lim just do one run and that's it? By the way, happy 24-hour mark, everyone. We are officially one day into Memeridian. Woo! We have made it one day into Memeridian. Because yeah, I know Lim did a run, but as far as I'm aware, Lim didn't submit it, so... As a moderator, if you do a run but don't submit it, you basically didn't do a run anyway. Is my opinion. Because if you do a speedrun of something but you don't submit it, did you really do the run? Probably not. Because as a moderator, I care a lot about having some active leaderboards. But obviously the number one way, usually, to get someone to run something is to inspire them by doing runs yourself. So, if you were to keep running Roots Percent and who knows, maybe challenge the record by getting better and better and better at it, it might incentivize someone else to get back into it. Who knows, maybe Nico would want to take his record back then. Runs do inspire more runs, usually. So if you want something to be active, do more runs. Advertise that you're doing runs, not just by streaming them, but let people on Discord know. Stuff like that. And that might inspire someone else to join your cause. Nah, I press triangle to pick up.
Easy, easy.
I have auto pickup turned off, so it's not gonna do it automatically. So I gotta be a little bit more mindful to pick up, otherwise I'm gonna have no medicine at all. So I took a break from Zero Dawn runs. I'll be back to Zero Dawn once Memeridian is done, so next week. Probably be back grinding for the 139 on Monday. All new runs get submitted to Zero Dawn. It varies.
These will keep.
Zero Dawn community is a bit slow at the moment. Or both Zero Dawn and a bit, all the Horizon runs are a bit slow at the moment. It's not as active as it has been, but hoping to change that soon. Lol, Alice. Wanna see if I can do this stealthy.
They're scanning for
challenge here. I said I wanted to do it stealthy. That kind of went out the window immediately, didn't it? Strike from above there. Could have done that cleaner. But whatever. We'll live with it. One more left here in this area of the map. One more left.
Look out below!
But it's pretty normal in any speed game or speed run, to be fair, that what's it called? That there'll be ups and downs in activity all the time. Usually when new stuff gets found, people get back into it, or somebody decides to go for a record and something inspires
Never know
other
when I might
people
need
to do
these.
the same. Or pick up the game and run it again, stuff like that. And as I've talked about before, I also feel like generally speaking, we as a community, and I'm mainly also talking about myself here, but generally speaking, I feel like we as the Horizon community could have done a lot more to improve activity. Hopefully, but who knows, maybe the RTHs, or not RTH, LTH will get some more runners on board, we'll see. I feel like there may be in the community, and this is also from my perspective, over the last year, I would say probably had a little too much expectation that the speedrun community would grow simply because there was a PC version of Forbidden West and then the remastered version of Zero Dawn and Lego Horizon. That just those 3 releases by themselves would bring in more runners, which they didn't. Granted, you could argue it's because they weren't as popular as we expected them to be, but oh well.
The massacre site is my only lead.
No spins? Yep. No spins at the moment, Chef. So currently going for the corrupted zones. Because that is one of the rules. Been managing to put in a good amount of progress so far.
The scrapes.
Or, I say a good amount of progress. Getting some of those first rules completed at the very least. New rule ID in Discord, I'll check it in a sec. Hoping for an arena revival, nice. Didn't you say last time was the last time you were gonna donate? Or did you just mean yesterday? God damn it, Chef. Thank you so much for another insane generosity with another $50 donation. God damn. Well, that's 5 more spins. Really appreciate it, dude. Holy crap. You're way too generous. Thank you so much. Well, well, well. What are we gonna spin then? Starting out with the Ravager. That's a little bit of travel time, unfortunately. But the other spins are how they're gonna line up is the more important thing here. Scrabber, almost O'Peely. Phew. Phew. Take care. Strider? Yeah, Strider. So we know what the first 3 are, at least. Could be worse, but not convenient either. Not convenient either. We still can unlock a rule if we get to 200 subs. I don't know if I've set that one too high. Because last Memeridian, there was... Not to flame anyone here, I made the numbers best on last Memeridian, and the subs went up a lot faster that time. Whereas this Memeridian has been more about donations. That's a diabolical idea, Alice. I don't know if I like that one. But there's still, you know, a lot of time left on Memeridian, so I feel like I'm just gonna leave it at 200, because, you know, technically halfway through today is the halfway mark, and we're already halfway there. And there'll probably be a lot more subs eventually, I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I'll change it at some point, but I'll leave it for now. I'll leave it for now. And yeah, on the wheel we can replace a rule. If we land on a certain spin. It feels like rules haven't been changed that much this Memeridian, so I don't know. We could always add 2 replacer rules to the wheel. But I don't know if you guys would be up for that, just to mix it up a bit more. But that would also take a spin away that could send me going somewhere else, which is the downside of doing that. And yeah, like I always say, when it comes to Memeridian, usually the middle days here, like we on day 4, 5, and 6. Especially 4 and 5 tends to be a little bit slower with the spin, so I can get some progression done, and then 6 it picks up a little bit again. And then obviously the last day usually is where it goes really crazy. So if we're following the quote-unquote Memeridian path, precedent set by previous Memeridians, that's probably how it's gonna go. So it's not too surprising we have gotten some progression in today, but given the fact that we still have so little progression, it's still gonna be a lot left at the end of the day. So I'm still a little nervous about if it's even gonna be possible to finish this run. Because I still feel like I haven't done enough progression where I feel like that's realistic, especially if we continue to get spins all the time. But we'll see what happens, I guess. All I can do is just try to get through the spins as efficiently as possible. Yeah, let's actually do a poll about it. Let me do a poll about it here. Should there be one more chance to change rule on the wheel? Oh. I can't put it on the wheel because it's too many characters, but I'm sure you know what it means. Yes, no. I'll give you guys 3 minutes to vote on it. There you go. Oh shit, Esty, just, well, I guess we're back in double-digit spins. That's 5k bets. Goddamn, back to double-digit spins again. My god, Esty, thank you so much for 5k bets. That's insanely generous of you. Thank you so much. But yeah, you guys can vote now. So should we add another option to change the rules, just so it gets mixed up a little bit more?
They're angry.
Oh, what? Oh, where the hell are you? Of course, one cannot spot me without the other. Blame you guys for distracting me. Pretty sure I go all... When did I save anywhere, or is it all the way back to the corrupted zone? Yeah, corrupted zone. Dang it. Stupid rat fucking sawtooths. Unlucky. Well, with the weapons I have now, sawtooths are just incredibly annoying to fight. Should probably get a free sling at some point. At least until I maybe get some Banuk weapons. Just because those machines, I kind of need a free sling to deal with them. So that sucks. Yeah, we might get level 50 before we even go to Memeridian. Lol. That's rough, but whatever. We journey on, we soldier on. It certainly is making the spin a lot slower. What was the spins after Ravager again? I already forgot what the other twos were. It was Ravager and then two other things. Oh, it was Ravager, Strider, and then something else. Right? Let me check. You can see the list here. Ravager, Scrabber, Strider. Oh, Scrabber was first. Okay. Ravager, Scrapper, Striker. Oh, you guys voted yes to have another replacer rule? Okay. Let me quickly add that to the list then. Let's see here. So now there's two options for replacing a rule on the wheel. Now there's two. How about no krill? Have you not noticed how little progression I've done already? I don't feel like we necessarily need to slow it down right now. Because I feel like at this rate, the odds of me actually beating this Memeridian this time around is... Let's just say the odds of it is certainly dwindling by the minute at the moment. With the amount of spins we have. How are we actually comparing to last Memeridian? Can somebody check how many spins did we have halfway through day 4 last time? Isn't that how it is? Yes, but this has already been the most delayed I've ever been on progression. So I don't know if we necessarily need to make it worse right now. The jumper is done. Let's go. Do share a pic in Discord, please. Oh, I thought it was much further ahead than I was. Yeah, we don't even know who Hades is yet. So, halfway through day 4 last time, around 125. So we have 40 spins ahead. I actually thought we were more spins ahead than that. Huh.
Going down fast.
Still a lot of spins ahead compared to, to last time though. Because let's not forget, 40 spins is a lot. I think you guys saw me on day 2, how long it takes to get through 40 spins. I mean, 10 spins already has probably delayed me by at least another hour. If not more, depending on how unlucky we get here. Or how unlucky I get. At 24:21, I was at 110 spin. Okay, so it's 50 ahead. Jesus. Sheesh. But I hope the jumper is comfy now that it's finished. And it turned out right. Even after the mistake you made on it. That you had to correct. Me having said max progression before. Lol. Fair enough, stuff. Fair enough. Immediately throwing it on because it's too cold. Fair enough. But hope it's comfy. Hope it's comfy. I mean, to be fair, I've never quote-unquote lost a Memeridian before either. You know. But then again, the odds are also stacked in my favor once we actually get to the final day. Where you have to be really tactical with spins if you want to slow me down. What happens on the final day? In order to make sure there's a chance of me finishing, we remove a rule. I'm not sure how we'll do it this time, but probably similar way. We move one rule every hour, so if we have 10, then after 10 hours there'll be no rules, and then after 11 hours I'll be allowed to fast travel freely. And that's obviously, as you can imagine, gonna speed up things quite a bit. But usually, when we get to the final day, I only have a handful of objectives left to complete. And as it looks right now, that might not be the case this time around, if it continues like this. That might just straight up turn into a hundo speedrun on the final day. I think the way we did it last time was, for the first 2 hours it was normal on the final day. And then we moved a rule every hour, so by the 12-hour mark there would be no rules, including fast travel at the very end. Magic, thank you so much for the 39-month free sub, really appreciate it. Thank you for the continued support. Hope you're doing well. Is Zero Quest done right? I mean, we completed the main quest we could complete. And then we completed Into the Frozen Wilds, which is just going into the Frozen Wilds, and then nil. So yes, that is Zero Quest complete so far. But it'll be on Ultra Hard? Yes. But it also means I'm gonna have an easy time getting some really good weapons, so keep that in mind. Because if I can fast travel, that also means I can quickly gather up some really good weapons. Even if my weapons are still limited by then. So do keep that in mind.
Might regret this.
But we'll see how long it takes to get through these 10 spins. Because at the very least, surely I can get through these corrupted zones today. We shall see. Now if chat corrupts my progress even more. True. Because if it does keep up at this rate, then maybe not. But who knows what's gonna happen. And just to sell out a little bit, I just want to mention we are 1 sub away from a total of 100 doing Memeridian. Same. Just throwing that out there. Which would also be another spin. So just putting that out there into the world. In case you hadn't noticed. Yeah, the first video got uploaded today. So day 1 just got uploaded. And then the rest of the VODs should get uploaded with like a 2-day interval. So the next one will be Friday. And then, you know, so today and Wednesday, then Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, so on until they're all up. Oh, there we go. Takedown was number 100. Lucky 100. So that's 11 spins. Thank you so much, Takedown, for the 2-month free sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the continued support. I hope you're doing well. And that is 100 total gifted subs, or resubs, or prime, or whatever. 100 subs. Let's go, guys. Thank you so much for the extreme kindness and generosity throughout this thing. You guys have no idea how much it helps me. But just know that I'm incredibly thankful for it. So thank you so much. You guys are fucking awesome. Really appreciate it. Yeah, all the tribe emotes. Let's go. Shoutouts to the tribe. Yeah, the tribe one has the Death Seeker face paint. Because that's my favorite face paint, so I told Jimba to add it to it. It's hard to notice when it's not the big one. So, yeah. That's probably why you haven't noticed it before. Okay, he's gonna come over here. I think. Okay, yes.
I've been seen.
Retreat. I didn't say about a campfire, so I have to retreat for the campfire. Don't worry, I'll still kill all the Ravagers, but I'm gonna have to play it safe here. Are they starting to tinker with ads on premium now? Not that I'm aware of, no. I've had YouTube Premium for a very long time now, and I've not seen ads on YouTube and ever since. I know they were experimenting with creating some smaller tiers of YouTube Premium, where I think there was just gonna be one that was like one that's cheaper, where you just get ad-free videos except music videos, I think it was. And then one where you still get ads on videos, but you get YouTube music. I think were the two they wanted to do. Which is, you know, instead of having the one that's combined. I personally just have the one that's combined because I don't have Spotify or something like that on the side, so I use YouTube Premium for my music. Which I personally really like. So. I've got the watcher as well. Yeah, I think I got mine shortly before I changed from red to premium. Like, YouTube Premium, in my opinion, as I've said many times, is just a no-brainer if you watch a lot of YouTube. There's, like, no reason not to have it.
Just stay out of their way for now.
Oh, Seth, thank you for giving us up to Valorant. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the continued support. You're doing well. You could not have stood next to the others while you exploded. We got with the explosion. That's a retreat again. Should have bought a sling before we did this.
That hurt it.
Run on them down, 2 to go. As well. No! Oh, I missed time to dodge. Dang it. Shit. Ah, that was really bad on my end there. Completely mistimed it. Rip. Let's try again. If I had a free sling, this would be a lot easier. I could always try to get the belly chest plates off them. Might be the better approach. The tall grass on time. Okay, it didn't spot me somehow, so we're good.
I can get out of this.
Nice, got it. Wait, what? No, I didn't get it. What? How in the ever-loving shit fuck dicks did that not hit? What? Ain't no fucking way. That missed. Fuck you, game. That was not a miss. That shot hit like every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Dropped it!
There we go.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, I was not alone to get the freeze. Apparently. Well, we can remove the spin at least for the Ravager, but we still gotta kill the others. At least we got a gun for this one.
Here they come.
Oh, they ran really far away. I missed a lot of the YouTube Premium talk, but yeah, I highly recommend YouTube Premium for anyone who watches a lot of YouTube. Finally! Well, that fight was more annoying than it needed to be. Now we need a Scrapper and... Oh, is it Scrapper then Strider? Scrapper then Strider. Where's the closest Scrappers in this area? I actually don't know where Scrappers are guaranteed to be. Guess there's the ones that's all the way over here. Yeah, I probably should just go for those and then Strider, and then I'm in the middle of the map for the rest of the spins. So yeah, I missed basically most of the chat about the whole YouTube Premium thing, so I don't know what you guys said. And obviously there's still other ways to avoid ads if you don't want to pay for YouTube Premium, but I highly recommend Premium. YouTube Premium also, as far as I'm aware, offers like family plans, so that you can use outside the same household, so if you want to be cheap about it, if you can get a group of people together to pay for it, you know, combined, then you can get it even cheaper. I know quite a few people do that.
I'll tuck that away.
Well, you technically pay a little bit more, but then you can use it on multiple, or multiple people can use it. If you got some people you trust. Good job keeping the best rules, yeah. This time around, I mean, yesterday, most of the rules, there wasn't really any spicy votes yesterday.
Scrabbling a bit.
Your premium and turbo? Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's also Twitch Turbo if you don't want to have ads on Twitch. Obviously, you don't get ads on my channel and most channels on Twitch if you subscribe. But if you're the type of person that watches many different people on Twitch, then Turbo is the way to go. And also the good thing about Premium and Turbo is me as a creator that makes money off these streams. We also get paid by people that use Premium and Turbo. Like on YouTube, I get paid way more if I... It's not way more, but relatively speaking, I get paid a lot more from a Premium user watching my video than a non-Premium user. And on with Turbo on Twitch, even though if you have Turbo, you don't see ads, I still get paid like you had watched the ads. For example. So that's also why, even though there are other ways to avoid ads on YouTube, as someone who makes money off said ads on YouTube, I also feel like I would be a massive hypocrite if I didn't use YouTube Premium. As someone who does have part of my income rely on it. I don't have Twitch Turbo at the moment, but with the people I tend to be active in their streams, either... I also would say I don't mind Twitch ads that as much. But even in the streams where I'm relatively active, I, what's it called? I tend to be subbed
So
anyway.
much for being careful.
So I haven't had a need for Turbo. But in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if I maybe get it at some point. If there's room for it in the budget. How much is Turbo? I don't know. It depends on the region you're in. So it's really cheap if you live in a certain region, for example.
There we go again.
There we go. Got the scrapper. Can we get away without being spotted? Oh, that's close. Nah, they got me. Shit. Yeah, not an ideal position to get away there, but it would have been cool if I managed. Did I get everyone there? I think I did. Much cleaner fight. But yeah, Twitch Turbo has regional pricing, so yeah, it's $11 or $12. So basically, you can do the math in your head. If you only have 2 streamers you watch regularly, then just subbing to both is obviously cheaper than Turbo in that sense, right? Because 2 American subs are $6. But if you watch more than 2 people on a regular basis on Twitch, then Turbo is probably the way to go. If you just want to avoid ads.
Easier when I was a kid.
If you go by that logic, if you get what I mean, right?
Killing his father.
I once caught a glimpse of Red Maw, a thunderjaw with scars from help.
But yeah, just like subs, Turbo has regional pricing. So if you watch a lot of different people on Twitch, Turbo is a good product, similar to Premium. But obviously if you, say, only watch my streams, for example, then it's cheaper to sub and then you don't have any ads. Because there are some people I know on Twitch that, for example, only watch my channel. Or majority only watch my channel, for example. And if that's the case, it's probably not worth it. Or then it's probably not worth it to have Turbo. In case you're wondering, I do make more money if you sub rather than if you use Turbo, if you care about supporting me as an individual. So it's more beneficial for me for you to sub to me than just using turbo, for example. Just want to clarify that in case there was confusion. Is it possible to turn it off for turbo? No, turbo you cannot. Turbo is ad-free permanently. Anyway, time for the next 3 spins. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I get paid by Prime too. Ah, come on! Fucking wheel. I am not lucky with the wheel today. Well, Montana it is. And let me guess, the Spire. Okay. Lanthorn it'll now. Trembler? That's gonna take over to Lanthorn. So Lanthorn. And then 1 more for good measure, just so we have 3 going at once. Gelden. And wait, no. I don't think there's Lanthorns in the Frozen Wilds. Oh. Dang it. Is there Lanthorns in the Frozen Wilds? There's only up by Ikri, but that's part of a quest, so I'm not allowed to do that. Unless I'm forgetting some Lanthorns, but I don't think I am. Yeah, they're not far out of the Frozen Wilds, but it's annoying to have to enter the Frozen Wilds, go out, and in again. Not exactly convenient, you know. But yeah, I do get money off Twitch Prime. How much a Twitch Prime sub pays me depends on where you are from. Just like subs and ads and all that, it's all region based. So for example, the most valuable Prime sub, as far as I'm aware, is the US. And with how Twitch Prime currently works, I do make less money off a Prime than if you subbed with a regular tier 1 sub. But if you want to use your Prime, use your Prime. You know, it's better than nothing. And please don't feel bad that technically I would probably make on average $1 more if you had a paid sub. But technically I do make less money off Prime than a regular paid sub. But you as a viewer should not worry about that. Let me make that very clear. Yeah, there's a list on Twitch's website somewhere where you can see how much money Primes are worth from country to country. Really, Infidel? Oh, you might be right, actually, but I don't think they're guaranteed to spawn, so I still have to be lucky. But I appreciate the heads up. But I think that spawn is RNG dependent. I don't think it's guaranteed. Crap. So many machines.
Now they're hunting me.
Oh yeah, don't always use your Prime sub. Even if you don't want to use it on me, make sure you use it every month. Because you're literally losing money. Or giving money to Jeff Bezos if you don't use your Prime sub. So even if you don't use it on me, just make sure you always use your Prime sub every month. You are literally losing money if you don't.
Quick way down.
So don't just sit on it. And remember, Prime subs don't auto-renew, so you do have to renew it every month. Oh yeah, there's always the land zones and protecting the long notch. I forgot about those. Right. I'm stupid. Oh yeah, it's Grazer that isn't in Frozen Wilds. Am I confusing the two? I might be confusing the two. Nah, I can still read messages if they're deleted, Jeff. They just get grayed out if they are deleted or banned. Just like moderators has that ability. I think I think with better Twitch TV you can have it as a regular viewer as well. If you want to read messages that got deleted. Yeah, I think I'm just confusing land zones from Grazers. They do look somewhat similar. I think I just confused the two. I think I might have just confused the two. Because yeah, I think it's Grazers that's not there. That's like a whole $1 less, yeah. I don't know what exactly they use to determine how much a Prime sub is worth, but I assume
I might regret this.
it has something to do with how much Prime in general cost in each country. Because like I know, for example, here in Denmark, Prime is super cheap, but that's because Amazon doesn't really operate in Denmark. So the only things you really get out of having Prime in Denmark is like the streaming service and Twitch benefits, I guess. Like there's no day one shipping and stuff like that in Denmark. Yeah, I think it's the Gracers. I just confused Gracers and Lanthorns. I think I've realized my mistake. Yeah, it's Gracers that's at the beginning of Egris. Egris. Oh, it's the trial. Oh, yeah, then it is Lanthorns doing the Survivor. Yeah, so there's only Gracers in the trial itself. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just mixing up machines in my head right now.
Snow chill.
I guess
Itches.
that's what we are learning. You're required to use one-day shipping where you're at in the US? Like, what do you mean required? Do you have to use it? Don't you just get the package a couple of days later if you don't? Oh, in Germany. Oh. Interesting. Wonder why that is. Because that sounds weird. Oh, there isn't an option to not use it if you're Prime. But wouldn't you just always use it if you have Prime, or is there a downside to using it?
Ugh, this scrapes.
Oh yeah, I guess if you want all your packages delivered at the same time, it can be better to not use it. Oh yeah, if you buy multiple things, I could see that. It's worse for the environment and workers. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, if that matters to you, yeah. I could see that, yeah. Yeah, in Denmark there's, as far as I'm aware, not really any stores that do one-day shipping, other than online grocery stores, but as far as I'm aware, the online grocery stores are not that popular. This thing last I heard about, we have one big one called Nemlig here in Denmark, which is the biggest one, and last I heard they were apparently struggling financially, so. Which makes sense, because there's very few people in Denmark that don't live in like walking distance from grocery store. So you either have to be lazy to want to use them, or have some sort of disability that makes it so you're more reliant on them, I guess. Frozen Wilds is supposed to be, what's it called, Wyoming and the very south of Montana, I believe. Basically like Yellowstone Park. So the volcano is like a Yellowstone volcano. I don't know if you have ever watched like documentaries or YouTube videos late at night talking about how devastating it would be if the Yellowstone volcano were to go off. Or is it only me that watch videos like that late at night?
So much for being careful.
Yeah, very cold Yellowstone. Cyan talks about how the temperature has changed over the years when you talk to her.
Them without caution is to lay wood on your own fire.
Good to see you.
Just like the jungles out of Memeridian in real life, that's the Arizona desert, like, I believe. It's just because of the environmental changes that's been by rebooting the you know, ecosystem of the earth. Certain places have different climate now. There have been some images that point out where different things are in Horizon, yeah. I'm sure if you Google Horizon real world map, you'll probably find it. Or Horizon Zero Dawn real world map. I believe, what's it called, Random Side Quest also has a video that goes into detail about it, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was him that made like a detailed video about all the places that are in the map. I think he made one for Forbidden West too, if I'm not mistaken. And the Horizon Wiki, I believe, also has an entire page that goes over all of it, if you're curious. Yeah, we got a little bit of progress in. We managed to get all the machine scans. And yesterday we got all the vessels and bandit camps done. And then at the start of today we got a few of the corrupted zones done, and then Robin and Chef added a good amount of spins, plus some spins for subs. So yeah. Now we're back to doing spins again. But almost at Montana here.
Ursus Americanus, the magnificent American black bear. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Beautiful. How fierce you must have been. That fur. You never even felt the cold, did you? If he hadn't preserved you, would anyone even know you disappeared?
Alright, let's find a land one. But yeah, I mean, we can quickly go over the map. So the Frozen Wilds area up here is supposed to be Yellowstone. And then Banor, the capital of the Benuga, is supposed to be further north, which is most likely either in Montana or Canada. And then the city down here, which is Devil's Grief, and the stadium right here, this is like Denver. This is supposed to be Denver. And this right here, next to the Embrace, is Colorado Springs. Devil's First is Colorado Springs. I forgot what the name of the Embrace is in real life. I don't remember from the top of my head. Same with these valleys, I believe, also have a real life name. And this is the horseshoe thing. I think Cartman mentioned it in chat. That is also a real life location. And then over here, Sunfall is Bryce, Utah. And Maker's End up here is Salt Lake City in Utah. And then Gaia Prime is located on something called King's Peak. And then the jewel down here is supposed to be the desert of Arizona-ish, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, there's a lot to go over there. Yeah, that's a very long link. But that's a brief synopsis of most of the map. The jewel Neo Sunstone Rock is Monument Valley, gotcha. Let me see here. And yeah, then we also have the Forbidden West map, which has a lot of places in real life. Oh, pretty much all of Forbidden West is also based on real life stuff.
Out of the line of fire!
Yeah, Forbidden West might be a little easier to identify because of the cities. San Francisco and Las Vegas.
Making a contraption to do
And
the
Burning
job.
Shores is Los Angeles. But then there's obviously locations that are inside those cities that are also tied to them. Yeah, they probably weren't legally allowed to use the real names. Similar to how it's not called Mile High Stadium in Denver, in like Devil's Grief, it's called, they just call it Denver Stadium in the game. What do you mean by your Ohio Stadium? What? Wasn't the lantern supposed to be here? Have I walked past them, or am I not too far ahead? Oh, I think there might be the ones over here. Yeah, here they are.
I gotta find a way to override more machines.
Gillen. Yeah, I'd imagine it would probably cost too much to get the actual names of all that shit. Which is also going to be a little bit funny for next year's World Cup in the US. Sorry to bring up football again, because I know not everybody likes this, but... one thing that's going to be funny for the World Cup next year is FIFA doesn't allow stadiums to have sponsored names in their tournaments. So the World Cup final is not going to be played at the MetLife Stadium. The World Cup final is at New Jersey Stadium.
Let me do it the hard way.
Which has actually caused a little bit of a legal battle, to my understanding. Because New York really wants the World Cup final to be, quote unquote, you know, have the marketing that it's in New York. But there's a legal battle with New Jersey because MetLife Stadium, in case you don't know, is technically in New Jersey, even though New York teams usually play there. So therefore there's a legal battle over that. Because I'm sure for the States it feels very important to say that they are hosting a World Cup final. But you know. So that's a little bit of a debate on that. Was that when they presented that World Cup trophy for the Club World Cup? Yeah, I did see so. I didn't see all of it, but I saw some of the highlights from it. I mean, that is FIFA's head president, Gianni Infantino. He's the world's greatest, you know, what's a family-friendly word for cocksucker? I don't know. Let's just say he just mingles with the people he needs to mingle with to get FIFA to look as good as possible. Just like in the last World Cups, he was always right next to the Qatari royal family, and before that he spent a lot of time with Putin for the 2018 World Cup. And now he's spending a lot of time with Trump and Mohammed bin Salman for the World Cup in Saudi Arabia and the World Cup in the US. And he's a very controversial character, but he keeps getting voted in as FIFA president, so... eh. Because obviously the suits that vote for FIFA president or president of FIFA, they obviously like him because he makes a lot of money. But every football fan under the sun don't like him because he's way too fucking corporate and money hungry, and obviously no one wants to play a World Cup in Saudi Arabia. But he's doing that, and also in the women's side of the game, he is now pretending like he's always supported women's football, even though he's been on record in the past saying some very demeaning things about women's football. But all of a sudden he's one of the biggest fans of it. He just says whatever he needs to say to sound good at the time. And therefore people really don't like him. Which probably makes him a perfect president for a group
Look
of board
below.
members in FIFA. That he'll just say whatever needs to be said at the time. But there we go. Back with Gilden. Still can't complete his quest though. Alright, we got 5 more spins. Thunder Joe. Great. Thunder Joe first. Then Glenthawk. And then Hunting Ground. Alright. Well, I guess we're leaving the Embrace, or the Frozen Wilds, but that's actually fine. Given we have to do corrupted zones after these spins. As long as the last two spins doesn't bring me back. But yeah, that's the whole thing going on. I mean, there's a lot more to it with the whole FIFA thing, but whatever. Everyone knows it's corrupt, but nobody's really doing anything about it. Nothing really happened with Qatar, so why is anything gonna happen with the one in the US and the one in the Saudi Arabia? FIFA is corrupt. I mean, more than some governments are. Currently at the moment, people are just making fun of the Club World Cup that's happening this summer because nobody gives a shit about it other than FIFA. So, and it's been a bit of a meme, that whole tournament, so we'll see how it ends up turning out at the end of the day. Yo, Klingy, thank you so much for the 14-month resub. Really appreciate it.
I'm ready.
Thanks for continued support. Really hope you're doing well. And thanks for using our Prime on me. Appreciate it.
Stronger machines. We'll have to become better hunters.
When will it be finished?
He can marvel at the old ones stuff, yeah. Oh well, another journey we go on. Oh yeah, Thunder Joe was the thing I was leaving for. Let's put a marker so I don't forget. Thunder Joe, Glenthawk Hunting Ground. Thunder Joe, Glenthawk Hunting Ground. There's also other things happening with the FIFA World Cup at the moment that's being debated. So, like, for the one next year in the US, they have already expanded it to 48 teams. It used to only be 32. And next year it's going to be 48 teams making it to the World Cup, which I don't really mind too much. Other than, I guess, there's slightly less prestige in qualifying for a World Cup now. But the problem now is, now FIFA is talking about, after next year in the US, to expand it even more to 64. Which is just, at that point, it's just a bit ludicrous.
Going down fast.
I mean, the very first World Cup, if I'm not mistaken, only had 8 teams. And yeah, then it was 16 for quite a while, and then 32 is, as far as I think, the one we have had for the longest. And now it's gonna be 48 in the US. 48 so the US can all. I mean, it's already so piss easy for the US to qualify, so. Because they just have to be a top 3 team in North America, which.
Come on.
Did they spot me? I feel like there's something glitchy about those Glinthogs, because they don't really spot me, even though it looks like it. Is that a remastered thing, or is that an original too, and I've just never noticed? This keeps happening. That it looks like they spot me, but then the red instantly goes away. And they don't even fly up to attack or anything.
Right on target.
Trumbull invade FIFA. I mean, the World Cups for the most part, except the I think the first 2 have always had countries from every continent. But yeah, there are obviously some continents gets more teams than others. So 32 was a good number, and I feel like 48 is fine, because the way they have expanded to 48 is they have only given Europe 1 more spot out of those 16 new spots. So the rest of them have gone to outside Europe. So like Europe and South America got 1 extra spot, and then the remaining 14 will be split amongst North America, Asia, Africa, and Oceania. So, like, for example, Oceania didn't used to have a guaranteed team in the World Cup, but now they have 1 guaranteed team, which basically means New Zealand is going to be in the World Cup every time, unless they manage to lose to one of the islands in the Pacific. Which does happen. Occasionally they do lose to one of those small islands, but not often. So as long as New Zealand doesn't fuck up, they will be in the World Cup every time. Unless one of the small islands all of a sudden get really good. So I personally like the idea of having 48 teams, but 64 seems like too much. Mainly also because, like, there's very few countries in the world that would even be able to host a tournament with 64 teams, let alone 48 already. Oh yeah, Australia could always move back to Oceania, which they could do, I guess. I don't know how legally they could do it, but I'm sure that they could. Then it would at least be a little bit more exciting about who gets the Oceania spot. I mean, we could, and you could do that for maybe the World Cup, but that would cost a lot of travel time. You know, it's already hard enough for Asian qualifiers to travel around Asia. You know, most of Australia's matches, when they have to play away matches, they have to fly at least 10 hours to get to their opponents, for example. Unless they play against Indonesia or one of the Southeast Asians. But most of their matches tends to be... Oh, shit. Tends to be really far travel. And for their opponents as well. Because it turns out Asia is massive.
That's it. This area will be a little safer now, at least.
And also, if you don't have like the thing where continents has to qualify themselves, then you probably would run into the factor of having too many Europeans and South Americans in the tournament. We're going to the Thunderdome. It's Thunderdome, then it's Glenthawk, and then Hunting Ground. That's all the 3 spins we know at the moment, and then there's 2 more after that. What is the closest campfire to this Thunderdome? Should probably turn back and save just in case, because there's no guarantee I'm doing this first try. Got a little carried away talking about football. Fiji was in Greenland. Well, Greenland is currently not a FIFA member yet. But Greenland is trying to become a FIFA member so they can qualify for the World Cup. Not that they're going to, but it's going to give them some more official football matches against other
At
countries.
least they won't kill again.
But unfortunately, due to the situation at the moment with Greenland and the US, CONCACAF and FIFA has delayed Greenland from becoming an official national team until that political situation is sorted. So the US has kind of ruined that. No worries, Alice. Have fun. Yeah, there's a World Cup of teams not recognized by FIFA. Sometimes there's also a tournament organized for micronations. Which doesn't happen all the time, but it's fun that there are other tournaments. So yeah, we'll see when Greenland becomes an official national team, but unfortunately the application has gotten delayed.
Scrabbling a bit.
Due to the ongoing thing with the US.
Now what?
Alright, here we go. Where did they come from? Oh wow, he caught me off guard
They
there.
won't be killing any more
I thought he only shot the disc launchers in a circle around himself, but no. He also shot 3 directly at me. I did not notice that. And they just wanted somebody in power that wants independence? It's a bit more complicated than that. So they are changing their government. They still have to figure out their alliance, you know, like how to form a government, which is probably gonna take a couple of more months because it's gonna be a new party in charge compared to what it has been for, as far as I understand it, over 20 years in Greenland. So it usually takes a bit more time to then figure out who's gonna be minister, what parties are gonna be in the government. You know how it usually works with these parliamentary governments. That takes time. But the parties that did get the power are parties that, yes, won independence. But the ones that won the election won independence, but they don't want it to happen fast, by any means. So like, they want independence, but they want to do it slowly to make sure everything is done right and all that. And then basically slowly get more and more autonomy from Denmark. Oh, he's twitching a lot. Right here. Whew. That's a tough one. Oh, yeah. Don't know how he didn't spot me, but okay. Cool. Now we just need a Glenhawk. Now we just need a Glenhawk. What's the fastest place to get a Glenhawk? And what was it after hunting ground? I guess we're just going to this hunting ground then. So what would... Oh yeah, the Greenland thing. So yeah, the party that basically won the election and will form a government. They want independence, but they want to do it relatively slowly, and because most people in Greenland realize they can't just get independence immediately. They're not set up for that in any way, shape, or form. So they want to do it gradually over time, like slowly but surely get slightly more and more autonomy from Denmark, if you know what I mean. Which is going to take a lot of time. And definitely more than the 4 years Trump is in office. There was a party in the election on Greenland that had kind of aligned themselves with Trump and wanted independence as soon as possible so they could join the US. But they got less than 1% of the vote. They got only like 300 votes or something like that. So they didn't even get a seat in government. So, unless the US interferes heavily in Greenland, it looks like they will get independence, but very slowly over time. Is how it looks. Which also means they are not gonna get independence. It's not gonna happen anytime soon before Trump is out of office. Which, doesn't really work for America, because they want Greenland as soon as possible, so they can slap their name on it. The current administration can slap their name on it. And also they claim it's because of security reasons, because Greenland is apparently constantly under attack from countries. Which they claim is happening. Whether you believe that or not, I don't know what to tell you, but... yeah. Make of that what you will. And now that the election is over, the US is trying to get more and more of a connection to Greenland now. Like JD Vance, the vice president, is apparently going to be in Greenland in the next couple of days to have a meeting about security. So whatever they're going to do there, I don't know. We'll see. So we'll see what that turns out. But yeah. In case you're wondering how it's gonna affect Denmark, probably not much. I don't know. Like, we don't have any ill will towards people of Greenland or Greenland itself, like the average people in Denmark. So, as I've always said, it feels like most people here in Denmark just doesn't really seem to care all that much and it's like, if Greenland wants independence, fine by us. You do you. At least that's how the average person thinks. Obviously politicians treat it a bit differently, because they kind of have to. But yeah. But the average person in Denmark doesn't really care if Greenland or the Faroe Islands want independence. They are more than welcome, as long as it's just done in a correct way, like they have an election about it and all that. And they, do it like that. It's also important to remember Denmark doesn't have full autonomy over Greenland. That's not how it works. Greenland only depend on Denmark for certain things. We got the Glendhawk down. Just need a hunting ground trawl. These guys first. But it's hard to tell, like, right now when it comes to Greenland what the US plan really is, because you can imagine, the US just seems to be a bit all over the place at the moment. And there's also been many polls, by the way, in Greenland, and as evident by the election, that the average person in Greenland does not want to be part of America. They either want to just stay put with Denmark or independence. And also another thing to put into perspective, by the way, that might be a little important. Like, the most important topic for Greenlanders voting in their election recently, they claimed the most important topic was like fishing and not independence. Like, that was the thing that mattered most to voters in Greenland. So, make of that what you will. But granted, fishing is the most important industry on the island, so very large majority of people like depend on fishing for a living.
Son, are you Nora?
So of course it matters.
I've never
in their
seen
election.
one at a hunting grounds before, or at the Hunter's Lodge.
And apparently it's
How
more important than
interesting.
independence to them.
What do you do here?
This is a place to test yourself against a herd of machines in the stamina trials. Think you can handle it?
I know I can.
Excellent. I like your spirit.
You're awfully friendly.
Well, you know, it gets lonely in the wilds after a few weeks. Terribly lonely, in fact.
What about your friend over there?
Oh, he doesn't
Lol,
count.
infidel.
Barely ever opens his mouth, and when he does,
But yeah, we'll see what
nothing
happens with
interesting
Greenland.
comes out.
But one thing's for sure, I don't think anything is happening with Greenland anytime soon unless the US does something drastic. But if the US does something drastic, then we have a whole different issue on our hand.
Which one will you try? I'll explain whichever one you pick. The remains of Watchers rest on 3 rises. Loot all of them before time runs out, and you pass. It sounds simple, but watch out for all the other machines down there. I would have chosen the same
Yeah, I did
one.
not forget.
Slide down a rope, and I'll start timing.
So yeah, in terms of Greenland, it seems like nothing is happening on Greenland anytime soon. Unless the USA decides to escalate things. Which they seem to be kinda doing, but at the same time not really, so... I don't know, it's kinda hard to judge what the US is doing, to be honest. Because like I said, they just seem to be all over the place. When it comes to what they're focusing on politically.
I can get out of this.
Okay, a lot of fighting after this trial is done. Oh boy. We got the trial done. Let's see if we can land on a Trambler. That would be nice. Let's see what the last 2 spins are. Well, that's not a Trambler game. Or wheel. Stop, 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 stop. Thank you. Close. Okay, not as bad as it could have been. But not convenient either. I guess I'm a little unlucky with my spins today. Anyway, let's do this giant ass fight. We find ourselves in the middle of. Just a red die, that's another spin. Let's see if we can avoid adding a spin to the current tally. Here. Whoa. Ah, that's another spin. $5 from Creel. Thank you so much for the kindness and generosity. Appreciate it. If I read the donor rules right, this should push you onto more spins. Can't hurt. It does indeed. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Really appreciate it. We got another spin after the snap one. Got another spin after a snap. This game bros needs to chill. And yeah, I don't know if I'm naive when it comes to Greenland and the US. I just don't think it's actually gonna lead to any escalation with the US. But again, I could be naive. So that's my stance on the whole thing. I have a feeling nothing is actually going to happen. Or really happen. Sure, things are going to happen, but anything that actually major changes things. I don't think we're gonna see that. Down, 3 to go. How did that belly not get popped? So much freeze. Afraid I'm gonna die here. Okay, got that guy. Okay, I did survive it. Took a few scars, but it survived it. Phew! That was a hell of a fight. Oh, you guys couldn't hear me? Oh yeah, I still need to fix the audio thing. It'll be the first thing I do when I'm done with Memeridian is fixing my audio balance. Sorry about that. I know I need to work on that. One thing I could do, I guess, is at least doing Memeridian is put those two down a little bit.
You won a blazing sun on your first attempt? Congratulations!
Yeah, I need to look into fixing all the audio balancing stuff. There'll be a project for Sunday evening after Memeridian. For sure. Actually, hold on a second. Why am I not just buying a potion? Should have plenty of shots to just buy at least one. At least make sure I have full health going to Rust. But yeah, what I was saying during the Tramplers, just to quickly reiterate that. Like I said, I don't think anything actually is going to happen with Greenland unless the US escalates things. Which I don't think it'll actually come to that. Maybe I'm naive, but I just don't see that happening. Because any escalation with Greenland from the US side would literally devastate NATO. And even though, say what you want about the current administration, I'm sure there's still some people in the US that would realize how stupid it would be for NATO not to be a thing. Or how stupid it would be if NATO has some turmoil between them. Because that would lose the US a lot of military contracts, more than they already have. Which is where the real money is.
The world beyond the sacred land. I need to find.
But again,
Roland.
I could be
I
naive,
learn
but
everything he knows.
that
Who the
is
killers
how I
were,
see it.
how they saw me through his focus. Who
So
the
things
woman
will
is,
happen with Greenland, but I don't think
Looks
anything
like
serious is actually going to happen.
Why they want me dead. Volan's trail leads to Meridian.
At least not,
When I catch him,
you know.
he will talk.
Always the ones you least expect.
And he will
that cause
pay
you
for all
trouble.
the lives he's
But
ruined.
I'm sure it really sucks if you live in Greenland, by the way. I should mention that. Because I can't imagine that's a nice situation to be in at the moment.
Keep that for later.
Because at the end of the day, I'm sure we here in Denmark are gonna be fine, but it's more the people in Greenland that's probably gonna feel the brunt force of whatever is gonna happen. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. If things even come to that, we'll see.
Be safe with grandmother. Whatever happens to me, you'll be safe.
Oh yeah, let's change the topic. It got a little too political there, I guess. Oh well, it happens during Memeridian, especially. I mean, let's be honest, it's impossible to really avoid the
These will
political
keep.
talk thing with everything going on in the world right now. So, yeah. I'm curious to see season 2. I wouldn't say I'm excited, but I'm curious to see it. I enjoyed what I watched from season 1, but I wouldn't say I was a massive fan of it either. It was just alright. I'm just very curious to see how they're gonna tell the story of part 2. Because I just don't think they're gonna do it the same way they did the game. Because, yeah.
Snowfall stopping.
Yeah, exactly. Aliens are laughing at us. Actually, no, let me cut over the mountain. But yeah, the season 2 will be interesting to see. I'm definitely gonna check it out, but probably not on day 1. I'll probably just, like last time, I'll wait for all the episodes to be out and then watch it. But I am curious to see how they tell the story. Like, how it's gonna work. Like, how are they gonna structure it? Is it gonna be like the game or not? And also, I'm curious to see if it's very close to the game, which it probably is gonna be, maybe slightly differently structured. What is the general audience reaction gonna be to it? Because, say what you want about part 2, there's no disagreeing that it's a controversial story. That's definitely splitting opinions.
Come on. I don't have many shards, and lives are on the line.
I work
You're
all
right.
day.
Mine if I go looking for your friend.
Like I said, I might replay part 2 for I might replay part 2 for before the, or maybe not before, but around the time the season 2 comes out. I haven't decided yet though, so I can't guarantee anything. It depends on how some of the speedruns, Zero Dawn speedruns go. Like how long it takes me to actually get the 39, but we'll see. A lot of my plans right now, or my exact plans for what I'm gonna do on stream, it depends a lot on how the 139 turns out, or how long that's gonna take. Because That will be the #1 priority over anything else until that's done. So we shall see. But yeah, I really want to give Part 2 a second chance. I've always said that. Because I did only play it once. And then I've seen a bunch of things from it since, obviously. And, you know, obviously I watched a lot of speedruns and Primitive, so I'm not completely
Might regret
oblivious.
this.
At the same time, replaying it myself is the only way to really see if my opinion has changed. I didn't even know there was a new Snow movie coming out until people started talking about it. Because there's a bunch of, you know, it's the latest movie to get a bunch of YouTube videos made about it, if you know what I mean. To say it in a nice way. But I have not seen it. I didn't even realize they were doing a Snow White movie until all the hate about it came out. But it seems like it's the same usual hate that any of the Disney remakes seems to get, so. All those negativity farmers on YouTube make all their videos about it. But I don't know what the opinion actually is of people that have gone to watch it without just hate watching it is, so I don't know. Because the only thing I hear about the Snow White movie is all the complaints about people complaining about it.
If I'm gonna find more Chief Sona, the massacre site is my only lead.
It's getting hate from every side. They made all the wrong decisions. Gotcha. I mean, at this point, does anybody even like these Disney remakes anymore? I mean, not that people really like them either. I feel like these Disney remakes have just been so predictable. So it's just kind of like, another one. Okay. Just waiting for them to run out of movies to remake at this point. You like the Lion King one? Okay, fair. That's one of the few ones I've actually watched. I did not enjoy it. It just felt so lifeless compared to the original Lion King. At least in my opinion. Because I guess they want movies that have already proven to be box office hits, even though, as far as I'm aware, Atlantis and Treasure Planet weren't exactly flops money-wise. They were more just didn't make all the money in the world kind of movies. So it seems like they just want to go for the quote-unquote safe bets, money-wise, with their remakes. I will say I've seen some clips from the trailers of the Lilo and Stitch one. I'm a big Lilo and Stitch fan. It's one of my favorite Disney movies ever. And it looks good. I mean, it looks as good as it probably could be for a live-action Lilo and Stitch.
Going down fast.
You know? So I could see Lilo and Stitch maybe working. But we'll see. Even though I did see some people complain that, I guess one of those quote-unquote unserious complaints that, what's it? I forgot her name, but, you know, Lilo's older sister is not as thick as she is animated. The actor that's playing her. So people have complained about that. Oh, that's interesting, Magic. That is, like, I don't know why they got to that conclusion, because if that would offend quote-unquote little people, is that the right word to use? I don't even know. I obviously don't want to offend here, so I honestly don't know the correct term, but wouldn't the argument just be that if there was a problem, they wouldn't take the role? I don't know. And then if they did hire them, maybe get them to... Surely Disney could pay them to maybe be a little bit outspoken about, hey, we don't mind taking this role, kind of thing. I don't know. Instead of going with like some CGI thing.
I should be going.
Hey, we visited Rust.
I'll try to go
Now
back
for
soon.
Snapball. And then we have one more spin after the Snapball. One more spin after Snapball. Where's the Snapball? There. Peter Dinklage and comments he made about it. As if he speaks for the entire... Oh, I didn't know he made comments about it. I would assume Peter Dinklage is probably the most famous in that, you know... It's little people the right... I'm scared to say little people because I don't know... I don't know if that hits the right word to use. I'm sorry. But hopefully you know what I mean. I'm not trying to offend anyone here. But...
This
I would
grapes.
assume he is, I guess, the most famous and most influential in that community. So I can kind of see why they would think that. Let me actually put this back up. It's a little quiet. I'll just turn the gameplay down on the OBS here a little bit. There we go. Worst remake was Mulan. I have only watched a handful of them, so I don't know. I watched the Lion King one. I watched the Jungle Book one, which I would say I didn't really hate them. It was just they were just way less interesting than the originals because they didn't have that animated, you know, liveliness. Have I watched any of the other remakes? I don't think so. Not that I remember. If I had, they were probably very forgettable, as you can tell. Oh, what? Ooh. Shot. I will agree it can definitely get a little too much with that kind of stuff, but at the same time you also don't want to offend people, so I get it. You know? But at least these days, at least where maybe the places I'm around, I don't really feel like the PC community is as much of an issue as people make it out to be anymore. Yeah, exactly, Magic. I just don't know what term they use themselves, so that's why I'm asking. It's just... You just use the term little person, which is... I don't know. I just don't know if that's the right one, so that's why I'm questioning it. Because I actually don't know. More people take offense? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is, but I also feel like that stuff is, at least nowadays, is blown a little out of proportion. It's not as big of an issue as it once was, so I feel like people should maybe also just lay off complaining about it as well. Because there's no reason to necessarily blow it up again. If you know what I mean.
If I'm gonna find more Chief Sona, the massacre site is my only lead.
But wasn't it also recently, in regards to these Disney remakes, that apparently they are not making that much money on them anymore as they used to, so... I wonder if they're gonna slow down if these movies don't make that much money. I don't know if Snow White has made any money. But maybe if Disney, like, if they have a couple of ones in a row that, you know, don't make their money back, maybe they'll start slowing down the production of them.
Save these for the trail.
I mean, that's true. People have always been offended. It's not a new concept. People being offended and people being outraged is something that's existed in all of human history. You know? Or at least all recorded history that we know of. It's definitely not a new concept. It's just people probably notice it more and all that because we have the internet now. So you hear more about it. Or it's easier to hear more about it, and small stories get spread far and wider because people are not just in their local communities. So it's not like it's a new concept, but at the same time, the whole being offended about small, like the way people say things or speak certain things, I don't think that's as much of an issue anymore. People just has kind of tried to continue that whole prospect of it being a thing.
Need some help! Anyone! Help! Go down like this!
Because as we've talked about, there's that stupid profit incentive too.
Help! This could be it for me!
Could you come here for a moment? Do you have time to speak?
You saved my life. I promise. I won't waste it.
Yeah, let's not go there, Infidel. Speeds change over time, so that's not an argument you can really use. Language changes and develops over time.
Ouch.
So original meanings doesn't really mean all that much. But let's not get into that topic now. That is not something I want to talk about. Have I done a run with green weapons only? A long time ago I did one, yeah. In Zero Dawn, I think I lost the video at one point, so that's why it's not on YouTube anymore. I forgot why. I think it was back when, it was around the time I changed to having 2 YouTube channels that I did the run. And because of that, the video got lost or isn't public anymore. But I've always thought about just redoing the run to have a new video of it. So I might do that in the near future. I also did in Forbidden West, but Forbidden West I only ever did it on very hard. So, because Ultra Hard wasn't out at the time I did that challenge. So I'll probably redo that in Forbidden West as well. At some point, I got a lot of challenge runs I want to either redo or attempt that I hadn't attempted. So, got a long list of that. Yeah, obviously Ultra Hard wouldn't be that difficult on lower difficulties. Yeah, don't worry about it, Nifilla. Let's just move on from this topic. I don't think anything good or productive is going to come out of this topic anyway. And also a topic I just don't feel like talking about. Yeah, it's contentious and bunch of other things. Like, even if you talk about it or debate it or whatever you want to call it, it's not like people are gonna change their mind or anything anyway. It's just a very tiresome thing to talk about in general. There we go. Got the snap mouse done. Got the snap mouse done. Let's see what the last wheel is. Last wheel spin. Are you kidding? O'Peely. Ah! Wow, I'm unlucky with that stupid wheel today. Fucking hell. Gotta be kidding me, dude.
I've got other ammo.
Wait, I'm out of wood? Ah, shit. Gotta buy some wood. Well, I guess we're heading all the way to O'Peely. Definitely need some loot as well. Or I have some wood on the way.
Ugh, gonna have to run my boots dry.
But yeah, I just hate that topic because, again, it's just an annoying topic to discuss. So let's not get into it. Yeah, you do have to clear the camp to make O'Peely spawn. So O'Peely only spawns once the camp has been cleared. Anyone have a favorite beverage? I guess mine would be Pepsi Max. Favorite slash hopelessly addicted to it. Have you not eaten for 24 hours? Why? Are you fasting for some reason? Yeah, this is technically our first O'Peely visit. I did go to O'Peely after I completed the camp yesterday, but That wasn't because of a wheel spin, that was more just why not, since we were there anyway. Oh shit. And Forbidden West? No, or orange-sized here.
Show us mercy. Do not let your faithful children be forgotten.
I don't have many.
Shots. Lives are on
Alright,
the line.
let me quickly go to the bathroom. I really gotta pee. Be right back, guys.
Without these explosive arrows, they'll be torn to shreds.
Not my problems. Unless someone wants to pay me to pick up the pieces.
How could you be so cold?
Where I come from, that's a god. See you around.
Business is asinine.
Some things.
Why would the machine spirits allow us to approach unchallenged? The world is a miraculous place.
The High Matriarchs will find out who slaughtered our people. You have to trust in them.
I wasn't sure about Memeridian at first, but the view from the mesa is growing on me.
Hope everything's in order.
Curiosities for dreamers, not for braves.
And you a sight.
It hurts now, but I'm all the wiser for it.
How's that wrestling arm of yours?
Some things are beyond our ken.
A quiet moment brings
I know
sun
better
to a
next
dark day.
Alright, I'm back.
Next time, I'll remember what the
Colonoscopy today. Oh, rip. That sounds really fun. Hopefully, I sounded sarcastic enough saying that. But hopefully, good luck with that. So yeah, continue towards Opili. And when we're done with Opili, we can return to the corrupted zones we were working on. Has it really already been almost 4 hours of streaming already? Jesus. I feel like time has flown today. Not that my progression has really flown, but hey, you know. That's how it goes, I guess. A jug of liquid death, what? Was it that horrible to drink? That's that thing you have to drink to like clean out your insides, as let's put it that way. Yeah, diarrhea in a jug, exactly. So yummy. I'm sure one day I'm gonna have to go through that. Sure, I am looking forward to it. Haven't seen both my parents go through that yet. Literally. Hey, Bolly. Still underrated Memeridian. I see. Yep. I've done a little bit other progress, to be fair, but you know, the spins keep on coming. And all I can do is just try to get them done as fast as possible. But I have been quite unlucky with the wheel spins today, I gotta say, so...
Easy, easy.
Even though there's technically not been as many spins as the last couple of days, they have been, I think the average time of spin completions today have been quite high. Let's put it that way. And I think some people in chat has, like Sapphic is pointing out, it's almost made it a mission to get me to at least level 50 before I go to Memeridian. It would be a welcome change to the topic. Sure. Certainly a less debatable topic, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why we got so political there in the last hour, but whatever. I just like to answer the whole Greenland thing from the Danish perspective, because I do get asked that question a lot, because I guess people know I'm Danish, and it is a topic that is taking up a lot of space in media at the moment, so makes sense. But obviously I can't speak for people living in Greenland, but yeah. So I don't mind answering those questions. And also, even though it's a political topic, it seems like most people, including Americans, seem to believe it's a pretty dumb thing in general, so at least it doesn't lead to heated debates, I guess. What's up, Crane? Stop with the politics, yeah, let's stop. Let's just stop. Moving on, you're right. It's just so easy to get carried away with a topic doing Memeridian. Because we are doing so much walking back and forth and kind of feel like I just have to have something to talk about. Because Memeridian here with these long journeys, it tends to just be more or less a podcast that it develops into. Yeah, the Horizon movie got announced back in right at the beginning of the year at CES. I don't know.
Scrabbling a bit.
I don't know what to make of it. I mean, I'm definitely gonna watch it. I'll definitely go to the cinema and watch it, because obviously, and I'll definitely go on a premiere, because I'm sure everyone's gonna talk about it in chat when it comes out. So I'm definitely gonna watch it, but I'm gonna keep my expectations very low for it, because I don't know, I just don't see Horizon working as a movie. Maybe I just don't have the vision for it, I just don't really see how you're gonna make something good out of it, but we'll see. We'll see, maybe there are some people more creative than me that can make it work. But my expectations are fairly low for it, to be honest. Yeah, you can play a movie, and there's also that whole thing, like, how do you, especially since they're doing live action, I just don't, like, it works in a video game, because you can It works in a video game that you can kill a giant robot dinosaurs with bow and arrows. I just don't think that's gonna look good in movie form with live action. Like, it's not gonna look good and it's not gonna look believable, but obviously in video game form, that's not a problem. It's confirmed to be a movie, Crane. But for those who don't know, Sony has announced they're working on a Horizon Zero Dawn movie. They announced that in at CES at the very beginning of the year, I think January 3rd. It's gonna be made by Columbia Pictures, and as far as I understand it, basically the same team that made the Uncharted movie with Tom Holland. So that is confirmed. I don't think they have officially said if it's gonna be live action or not, but it's just assumed since it's Columbia Pictures that it's live action. If it was animated, I would be more excited, because then A, they could have the original cast, and B, if it was animated, it would look more believable. But I just don't see how you make it work in, with like CGI and you know.
The daemon calls to the machines and sends them into a frenzy.
They'll make it so bad. I mean, like I said, my expectations are very low for it, so. Yeah, Tom Holland as Aloy. I'm gonna watch it, but my expectations are gonna be extremely low, because maybe I don't have the creative vision. I just don't see how you make Horizon work in movie form. Oh, I should also mention they have confirmed that the movie will be a retelling of Zero Dawn. Because you might remember there was there was a Horizon TV show that got cancelled. That was rumored to be a story about Zero Dawn, like leading up to, Zero Dawn, which probably means Sobek would have been the main character. But that TV show got scrapped, and this movie will just be a straight up retelling of the first game. Which is just like, I just don't see it. I just don't see how they can make that work. Especially in live action. If it was animated, I could see it. Live action, no. But that's all we know about the movie so far, so... But I'm sure at some point we'll probably start hearing about who's gonna get casted. And, like, who's the cast gonna be and all that. And at some point we'll get a trailer and we'll see how it looks, but... Yeah. My expectations are very low until I'm in the cinema watching it. But I will watch it. I will be there day one on the premiere to watch it. That's a guarantee.
Roots and trunks.
I mean, given Sony's track record with movies, I'm pretty sure they want someone, quote-unquote, very famous playing the lead role. But I don't know who any famous female characters is that could pull off Aloy. Well, I don't really know female actors, so I don't know who is there to be cast. But it does seem like, historically, when it comes to these PlayStation shows and movies, that PlayStation has generally cared a lot about making sure they get a very famous actor in one of the lead roles to get butts in the seat. And there was a rumor a long time ago, most of you probably don't remember this. Sony was looking into a Horizon Zero Dawn movie all the way back when Zero Dawn first came out. And back then, it got leaked that they wanted I think her name is Jennifer Lawrence, the Hunger Games girl, to play Aloy. But obviously that project never saw the light of day. I don't know if they still would want Jennifer Lawrence now, but that was the idea back then. And also, wouldn't Jennifer Lawrence at this point be too old to play Aloy? I don't know. Because Aloy is, 18, 19, so... Either way, here's O'Peely.
You're too late, Outlander. The great Oakley has already claimed this camp. That's me. Remember my name. I will be the most feared bandit leader of all. My song will be so loud, all will try to cover their ears. But that will be forbidden. No one will ever tell me the wilds are too dangerous. That's forbidden too. I'll sleep all day and stay up all night if I want to, just to confuse my enemies. Do you think a bandit leader needs a shaman? Then I will have 3, no, 4. The very best shamans from the Conclave, all right there on a Ravager's back.
Natural redhead? I mean, my assumption is even if the person had natural redhead, that they would probably do a wig for Aloy's hair. Due to the complexity of it, I guess, quote unquote. So I feel like they're just gonna use a wig and have an actor, whatever actor. I don't think they necessarily need red hair. Well, who is Rose? Is that the Game of Thrones girl? Yeah, she would probably be, no offense, but too old for Aloy. Yeah, she's 38. And no offense to her, I don't think she looks like she could pull off 18, 19. Unless they want to change Aloy's age in the movie, but they can't really do that, because that would kind of ruin the proving and a bunch of all the story elements if Aloy is too old. So, I don't know. Anyway, we have no spins, so back to the corrupted zones.
You provided us.
I mean, yeah, her DNA would be about 1,000 years old. But yeah, Aloy is like 18, 19, and unless they want to change the story somewhat drastically, they kind of need an actor that also can pull that off.
We end up before each other.
Sadie Sink, let me quickly Google that. Sadie Sink. I've never seen this actor before. But then again, I haven't seen Stranger Things. I guess that could work. If you want to go for someone with natural red hair. But my assumption is that person doesn't need to have natural red hair, because again, I think they're just gonna use a wig. Would be my guess.
Ursus Americanus, the magnificent American black bear.
Shira Haas. Haas like the Formula 1 team. I just want to see here. Shira Hash. I don't know who this is either. I don't know. Maybe. I haven't seen most of these actors, so I don't know if they're good actors or not. I assume they are, given the things they're in, but I just don't know actors well enough to speculate on this. Yeah, Aloy is 18 when you first take control of her, because you have to be 18 to enter the proving, and then later in the game, she at some point turns 19. Obviously, we don't know exactly when. So she's 18, 19 in the game. And then Forbidden West takes place half a year after Zero Dawn, so the assumption is she's 19, 20 in Forbidden West, in case you're wondering. Because we know Forbidden West takes place over, or half a year later, plus the story of Forbidden West also takes place roughly over half a year as well. Also that, Aloy's birthday is soon. On April 4th.
Girl really should find a lesson.
Because Aloy is, according to the data points, born on April 4th in the year 3021. Yeah, I don't remember the time, but that sounds correct.
We should not pilot father's guilt.
Find no glory here, Outlander. Only cold and death.
Yeah, that was back in 2021.
Quick way down.
So she can play the so big scenes. Well, yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do so big, but if the movie is based on Zero Dawn, I guess the movie would only show so big in like hologram form. I assume, unless they want to do flashbacks. I mean, they could do flashbacks to Zero Dawn, but if they only do holograms like in the game, then they could just use some sort of CGI to age up whoever is playing Aloy. Or they could also just go the route and try to hire an actor that looks very similar, but we'll see. The problem is also if they use an actor to age Aloy up, that actor also needs to be able to pull off, you know, mid-40s, early 50s. I forgot how old So Big is. I don't remember that from the top of my head. Oh yeah, mid-40s, right. Yeah, mid-40s. In Zero Dawn. So, the person playing Aloy would also have to be able to pull that off. And make it believable, so... It would be a challenging role if somebody was hired to do that, but... I wouldn't be surprised if they just... find an older actor that looks close enough and then maybe CGI the rest of it. Perhaps. Because it would be easy to hide that CGI stuff if they only show so big in holograms like they do in the game. If you know what I mean. Hannah Herkstrom? Yeah, she does act, but she, as far as I'm aware, she mainly only does Dutch roles, so... if they could use her as Aloy, that would be a cool Easter egg. And a cool thing they have done, Sony, to their credit, as far as I'm aware, in all the projects they have done around PlayStation stuff, they have had cameos of the original voice actor, like Nolan North, for example, is in the Uncharted movie, and both Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson is in the Last of Us show. So I'm sure Ashley Birch hopefully will have some sort of role in the movie, which would be cool. As to what role they'll throw her into, I don't know. But I hope they do that. Keep up that tradition, because that's a cool tradition. Ashley can play TSI. Oh, she was in the Charlie's Angel reboot? I didn't know that. I saw a Cocaine Bear, and yeah, she is in that movie for like 3 minutes. I hope you don't mind this, me spoiling Cocaine Bear for you, but Hannah is the first person that dies in Cocaine Bear within 3 minutes. Where she plays a Dutch tourist that gets mauled by the bear. And by the way, in case anyone's confused who Hannah is the face and body model for Aloy, who is a Dutch actress, because like Aloy's looks here in the game is based on her. In case you're wondering, because usually with how modern AAA games are, you know, looking so realistic, they even though they get like people to like body scan and use their likeness to create these characters. Sometimes it's the actor themselves, but not all the time. Her character name is Elsa, that doesn't sound Dutch to you? Fair. Do you think the people that made Cocaine Bear cared that much about Dutch? To be fair. Or just wanted this as a joke? Like Alan Wake? Oh yeah, Alan Wake has a different voice actor than the actor that's the body. Or, I guess, yeah, body model. Or character model, I guess is the right word. Character model. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, all Dutch people have a name that has like Van Den in their last name. That's like a rule in the Netherlands. That's why, you know, the Formula 1 driver is actually Max Van Den Verstappen. That's his like full name. He just only goes by Verstappen to be a bit more international. Emma Watson would have been a great Aloy, but even she might be... I don't know how old Emma Watson is. I could have seen Emma Watson maybe pull it off for sure. But, has she ever done any action role before? I don't know. I mean, I guess there was some action in Harry Potter, but, you know, not in the same way, I guess. So I could maybe see her pull it off, but yeah, you might be right. Maybe she is also too old now. I don't know how old she is. Probably a couple of years older than me, I assume. She's Hermione, that's it. She can never play any other role. That's Hermione forever.
Lives are on the line.
I work.
You're right.
She did punch Malfoy? True.
Your friends. So pay up
True.
and shut up.
Without these explosive arrows, they'll be
Should have got out of there quick.
Isn't there also a movie where she slaps Harry in the face? In one of them? Or is it Run? It might have been both, to be honest.
Easy, easy.
I think there's one of the movies where she literally just slaps Harry. Also an interesting story with the body double. I know I've brought up this story many times before on stream, but I always find it an interesting story. If you played the Spider-Man game on PlayStation 4, right? And you also played the PS5 version, you might have noticed that Peter Parker looks different in the original Spider-Man than he does in Spider-Man Remastered and Spider-Man 2. The reason for that is actually because the body model for Peter Parker, allegedly according to Sony and Insomniac, was recasted because he demanded too much money to be in more games. At least that is Sony and Insomniac's side of the story. Maybe they were just, you know, cheapskates, I don't know. But that's why they got a different body double for, not body double, body model for Peter Parker in the other games. So fun fact. One sec, what was that?
Rain off the trees wet and shivering.
Oh, it's just somebody called me. Let me quickly check the number here. Give me one sec. I assume it's probably a salesman, but I always like to check the number. And add to the database of numbers if it is a scam or salesman. I don't know who this number is. I actually know it might be a sales number. According to the website, the number has only existed for 3 days, but people have already searched for it 100 times, so yeah, that's not a normal phone number at that point. Alright, let's finally do this corrupted zone. Ah, dang it. Progression done. Let's go. Next corrupted zone. Which one is the most ideal to go for now? I guess let's just get the ones towards the jungle done. Let's get the ones towards the jungle done. Yeah, if you learn how to abuse canisters, you can go a long way fighting almost any machine in the game. Obviously, you gotta hit the shots, but gotta make sure you try to take advantage of the, you know, brief moments where a machine stands perfectly still, which they usually do after big attacks, where they stand still for like a second or two before moving again. So if you can take advantage of those windows, you can really abuse those, canisters a lot. yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they actually cast for the Horizon movie. Like I said, I can't really do any prediction or anything about that, because I'm simply just not familiar with actors enough to know. But it does seem like usually Sony wants someone who's already pretty high tier to play the roles in their movies or TV shows. Because I think there was someone who did a poll for the Uncharted movie that said something like, I think it was like 40% of people that went to see the Uncharted movie only went because Tom Holland was in it. So clearly it works to hire the right actor.
And learn everything he knows.
You know?
Who the killers were, how they saw me through his focus, who the woman is, the one who looks like me, why they want me dead. Olin's trail leads to Memeridian. When I catch him, he will talk. And he will pay for all the lives he's ruined. Going down fast.
I'm sure there's just gonna be a lot of plot they probably scrapped for the Horizon movie. You know? Because you can't tell the entire story in just one movie, so they just have to cut some fat. You know? They just gotta trim some fat in the story.
Hunting me.
I don't think there's gonna be, unfortunately, anything related to the Frozen Wilds in the movie. Sadly. Being spotted by this Glinthawk. I want to fight more Glinthawks today. I'm gonna have to fight Glinthawks soon, but at least for corrupted zones.
Here we go.
In terms of main story plot, I'd imagine they're probably gonna scrap the Revenge of the Nora stuff, because that's not entirely that important. So like most of the Zone of All stuff. And I'd also imagine the whole storyline about Ursa in terms of main story is not necessary for the movie. They'll just have some other way of getting Aaron and the Oseram involved, if they even have the Oseram. I assume they will have the Oseram, just because Aaron is a popular character, but you know. Yo, Chili with a 46-month resub. Thank you so much for the continued support. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for using your Prime on me, appreciate it. So those two things are definitely gonna scrap, and then I would imagine they're gonna try to cut some stuff from the main, like the other story as well, of learning about the past. But yeah, guess you just can't include all of it. Like, maybe they could do something like combine Maker's End and Gravehorde into just one location. That's something you often see in adaptations. Stuff that takes place in like 2 separate locations, like make it one. Or like the whole point of crashing the network, maybe doing that differently and stuff like that.
Ouch.
I don't know. We'll see how they handle it. I mean, if they want to set up for a sequel based on Forbidden West, they kind of have to mention Farah's scene in some way. Because otherwise, movie-wise, that would feel like it comes out of nowhere. But how they do that, no clue. Anyway, so this time. Oh! I did not realize he was right up my ass there. Whoops. I thought he was still far away. Let's redo that, because that was terrible. That was terrible. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Zero Dawn thing would have to be explained at some point. For sure. Trembler down. Sideways already. Oh my god, what is this timer? There we go, finally he's dead. Beautiful. That was a mess. It was an absolute mess. what we got there. That tramper was super annoying. Just refused to, like... Just refused to turn. But oh well, we got through it. Until Stalkers. Yeah, you can do it from the top. But why not make the fight a little bit more exciting when you can just jump down there and run around, dodging and weaving and all that. Challenge your reflexes a little bit, you know? The hardest part about this Stalker corrupted zone is gonna be getting there without being spotted. Sure, it's more dramatic. Yeah, exactly. Gotta add some tension to this run.
Just stay out of their way for now.
Gonna be one long zigzag just to get down to this goddamn corrupted zone. Without triggering like a massive fight. Gotta remember to get a campfire before we get down to the Stalkers.
They're scanning for me.
What is the closest campfire to here? Is it this one across the road, I guess? Before I get too close to it? Because I just know myself well enough to know that I'm probably not gonna do it first try. Problem is the Stonebird is hovering around this area.
Hunt's over. Fight's on.
It's not another long leg, but at least not he's worse than the Stormbird. Oh, there's a Sawtooth as well, of course there's. Why would it just be the long leg?
Just go about your business. My focus is receiving another signal. Calm.
Okay, we got out of it. Whew. Alright, finally time for the Stalkers. Very ominous having the shadow of the Stormbird just randomly appear on the ground. Scary. It's very scary. Alright, Stalker time. Let's see how we do this. Question is, will I spot them before they spot me? Two of them over there, one is over here. What is he? Lost track of the one over here. Where are you? Oh, they're here, all three. Ah, you bitch. He unfreezes so quickly. And afford to just miss one shot. At least we got a stab on him. One down. 2 to go. Oh, fuck. I did not see him until it was too late. Dang it. Stupid fucking... No. Okay, just threw the rock. Fuck you. God, I hate that fucking gust attack so much. Getting stuck on every rock right now. Not getting any knockdowns. Finally. Stupid bird. I'm mainly annoyed because now I have no medicine to work with. What's in this?
Should have brought a cart.
Need to go over here.
Another signal.
The campfire is gonna be a little safer. Because with no medicine, we are guaranteed to die to the stalkers again.
Something nearby is sending that signal. Low and quiet does it.
Where's the other two? Two of them are there. I'm missing one. Oh, both of them.
Red Lightning's trouble.
Really? Not the same one. I'm stuck. That will start us. Joking. It's GG. GG, I'm dead. Always decide to leave me alone for some reason. There you go. Got one. Let's just chill here for a second. Might get flanked from behind here. See a one, but I have no idea where the other one is. Right in front of me. The mines. Somehow I clutched that out. Luckily for me, they were a lot more passive on the second attempt. So I managed to get some one-on-ones.
Full already.
Ugh. Well, that was an annoying corrupted zone. At least we got there. Still got like 3 more to go, I think. Got the Glendhog one here, the Behemoth one, and the Ravager one. Ugh. How many Sogers? It's always 3 in this one. And difficulty does not change spawns in this game. It's the same amount of enemies no matter what difficulty. Let's try to go off through the middle here. It's probably the safest way to go.
I'm picking up another signal.
Just gotta be careful around the tall neck, because there's a
The source of the signal.
1,000,002 machines there. Somebody's back, of course.
I need to find a way to climb up to its head.
Let's make it to that corrupted zone.
Stocking up.
Shit. Didn't think he was gonna be there. Where are the Gracers? One of the Gracers spotted me. The yellow dot over here? Yeah, it is. Hey, it's getting annoying moving across this jungle area. There's just so many machines down here and not enough space to work with. Ugh, it's rough. It is rough. Not gonna lie, I'll sugarcoat it. Yeah, I don't really need my Carls improved at the moment. They're fine as they are. Yeah, fine as they are right now. Yeah, don't worry. I already have pretty solid coils at this point for the weapons. So that's not really a concern at this point.
Never
Sure,
know
there's a
when
chance they could be slightly better, but it's not really going to change much. But I'm still surprised I managed to dodge so many unnecessary fights in all the time we've had Kill All Alerted plus Outcast outfit. Because that's basically been the entire Memeridian at this point. And sure, there has been fights, but a lot less than... it's definitely been a lot less than...
I'll tuck that away.
than it probably other would have been. Alright, time for another corrupted zone. This one should be at least easier than the Stalkers. Just more machines to keep track of though. Two other gun dogs quickly. Did that hit? Unfortunate there. Nice. Very nice. Whew. 2 more corrupted zones to go. 2 more to go. Now, we got the rock breakers yesterday, because... Or was it the day before? I forgot. But you guys said if I got spotted by something in a corrupted zone, I had to kill it. And I got spotted by those rock breakers.
Need them
So we
so
already
much.
did the rock breaker corrupted zone. We got the behemoth corrupted zone left, and the ravager corrupted zone left. Those are the 2 remaining.
My family might still be
I mean,
alive.
that one was actually on
You're going to
accident.
stand here and do nothing?
That's why I asked. Because technically it would be progression, but you guys voted I should still fight them.
Take a look at these wares.
Freeholds for war.
I've got all the best
You're
goods
talking
here.
about orders. I'm talking about lives. That's what the orders
These
are for.
aren't goods.
Save
They're
lives.
necessities.
So the corrupted zones might be done soon, so we'll replace that rule. And who knows, maybe we'll get another 2x thing first. Or maybe I'll be allowed to freely progress the game as I please. We shall see. We shall see.
Machines grow more dangerous. But what do you want the Saints to do about it? We have other priorities.
Yeah. At this point, it's almost guaranteed I'll be 43 before Meridian. Or, not 43, 50. Because, whenever I actually get to the point where I can do free progression, I don't think Meridian is necessarily going to be the first thing I'll do. Depends on which location we end up in when we have free progression. So we'll see. We'll see when we get there. Age lol.
Ugh, how do I have a cold in this heat?
Gildan first. Did we agree to make that a rule on the wheel? I guess we did, so I gotta remember to add that.
Take the fight to them, you miserable chops.
Poor guy's just standing there, yeah. He's been waiting for a while, hasn't he? And how much longer is he gonna have to wait? I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Oh, let me check that out, Greedy. Let's see. Looks yummy. Just one sec here. There we go. It's chicken and bacon. Nice. That's always a good combo. And sausage. I probably wouldn't complain, but seems unnecessary if you already have chicken and bacon, but fair. Fair, I suppose. You're so hungry? Well, maybe time to get some food then. Oh wait, no, you're fasting, my bad. Sorry. Already forgot. So what is the first thing you're gonna eat after you're done with the thing? Magic. You probably had some time to give it some thought, I guess.
Perhaps the ceasefire will boost morale in Sunfall. The sun knows we need it. Word is that the Outlanders are only here to weed out traitors.
Close to lunchtime. Yeah, dogs just know when it's close to lunchtime or dinner. Let me make sure I save at this campfire before I go to this corrupted zone. This corrupted zone is definitely not a guarantee first try either. Here I'm blind as well.
Here comes a long, not gonna die.
This could be it.
Let's just wait for the slaughter to be over. Wonderful. Join the action? I'm gonna sit this one out. We got a much bigger fight coming up here that I'll rather worry about. It's gonna be a bit more of a worry.
It's down.
Way to go there. one. Clean first kill there. Oh, the other one's on. Not tracking me. Don't know how, but I'm not complaining either. Where's the last charger? Or brought in? Or is all of them dead? Might have gotten them with the explosion. Beautiful. One more card of its own to go. Took full advantage of the canisters there. So very nice. Very nice and clean. We got a last corrupted zone up here. I haven't forgotten any of the other ones, right? Like Rockbreaker, Stun, Trambler, Stalker, Glinthawk. This one, all these two, dear. Yeah, I think we got all of them. So only the one on Makers left. Wait, nope. 2 spins first. Sup, turret? Well, we got 2 spins first. And given where we are on the map, I really hope we don't get some Frozen Wild shenanigans now. But thank you so much for the $20 donation. Really appreciate it. It's very kind and generous of you. Let's see if my bad luck continues with the wheel, because I've had really bad luck today. Please don't hurt me. Stalker is not too bad, but let's see what the second one is before we celebrate. Stalker could have been worse, but the second one is probably the one that really matters. Okay, the Spire is next to the Stalkers at least, so could be worse, but obviously nothing on the wheel would really have been ideal, except for nothing pretty much, but or replace a rule, I guess, but could be worse, could be worse. We've certainly had worse luck today. Certainly had worse luck. So we can live with that one. It's just a small little delay in the action.
These will keep.
But fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. So let's continue our journey.
They know where I am.
Really? Really? Okay. I'll bring it then. unnecessary fight there, but we got him. Just really surprised he actually spotted me from there, but what can you do about it? But yeah, thanks again, Torik, for the donation. I feel like I didn't really say probably thanks, but thank you. Really appreciate it. Alright, on to the Stalker. Kill the Stalker, then visit the Spire, and then back to that corrupted zone. Then we'll see what happens after that. Anything that help on the journey. Appreciate it, dude. Got a long swim ahead of us here. What's the mission? We got one corrupted zone left. So one of the rules right now says we have to do all the corrupted zones first before we can do any other progression. So once the 2 spins are done, we have that one corrupted zone left to complete, which is the one up next to Maker's End. Is the one we got left. Just try to not abuse my hands too much, because there's so much running without mount that my finger would fall off if I use circle, so that's why I just normally run. And also I've been grinding for the 139 and Zero Dawn a lot lately, so using Memeridian as a little excuse to rest my thumb from all the mashing that's normally done in that speedrun.
Quick way down.
And hopefully a nice rest that will, what's it called? Make it easier to get the 139 when we get back to it after Memeridian. So mainly just, since this is technically not a speedrun, just doing it to like rest my fingers a bit. It's gonna be faster to swim over here actually. So that's why. And then, yeah, once we're done with the corrupted zones, then we'll change that rule to something else, which might be do X-Thing first. Which would then dictate I do that, but if we get a rule that doesn't dictate that, then I'm free to do whatever progression I want, as long as there's no spins. And at that point, that's when it's really gonna speed up, in terms of progression. If we get there. We shall see. Is this the first time we've been in Bright Market in Memeridian? Might be. I'm not sure. Potentially. At least I don't remember being in Bright Market.
This ceasefire has been good for trade. It's not what I imagined when I was a boy. Machines or bandits try to get past me.
I mean, progression is progression, I guess. It's just
keep that for later.
Not optimal progression doing X-Thing first. At least this is not the Breath of the Wild version of this speedrun, because I remember when Specs did this run, he had all Korok seeds first. Which, that sounds fun. If you played Breath of the Wild, you probably know. How painful that would be. Yeah, they are 900, but I think he included the DLC, so there's 1200. I think he did the DLC in the run he did. Because the DLC, from what I remember, adds another 300. Corks are the worst collectible to ever exist, lol. Probably didn't need to go for that jump there, but whatever, we got down. Yeah. Maybe not the best impression, I tried. It was an attempt. It was an attempt. I always get Myra instead of Korg. Fair.
Save these for the trail.
Woohoo! It's me, Mario. Luigi. Yeah, that's what they do in the regular Hundo speedrun, where they just dupe the Korgs to get all the unlocks fast. Even though I think there's a Breath of the Wild 100% glitchless category, so if you still want to get all the Korgs, you can do that.
Never know when I might need these.
Was there Korg seeds in Tears of the Kingdom? I forgot. I never really watched much of Tears of the Kingdom. Don't really know what they had for collectibles in that. Wait, let me save at this campfire before I initiate. There are more? Oh, Jesus. That sounds terrifying. 1,000 on Tears of the Kingdom? Jesus Christ. What are you doing, Nintendo? What are you doing to people? Actually, I think I remember. Wasn't it one of the director of the Breath of the Wild? I don't know if I'm misremembering, but I feel like I remember hearing him being asked at one point about why there were so many Korg seeds, and I think they just said, oh, they don't intend for people to collect everyone. He just wanted to make sure there would be enough that you could randomly stumble on the amount you needed, I think was the reason. Similar to why there's so many moons in Odyssey. Like, you could collect them all, but you don't have to. I think that's why they said that. I feel like at least I remember that being said in an interview. That he just wanted to make sure there's enough that you don't have to go out of your way to get enough or something like that. Oh, really? Stalker down onto the spire. Get out of here before more stalkers show up.
They're scanning for me.
To the spire. Oh yeah, in case there's any new people here, if you wonder where the idea from Memeridian came from, I got the original idea from Specs and Stats, who is a former Zelda speedrunner and streamer, who speedrun Mainly Breath of the Wild 100%. And he did a run similar to this in Breath of the Wild. That's where I got the idea from. Not exactly the same, like the idea of spinning a wheel every time someone donates was my idea. But a rule where there would be random rules and rules would change throughout the run and stuff like that, that came from him. But he also told me he got the idea from someone else, and I don't remember who that was. Who apparently also got the idea from someone else, so who knows who came up with it first. But that's how it came to be. And if you're wondering why it's called Memeridian, just to fill you in on the lore, is because in the very first version of this run, I just called it 100% with extra challenges. And in that very first iteration, people find it really funny to donate, to give me like 1 spin every time I tried to enter Meridian. So every time I would walk on the bridge to, you know, get into Meridian, people would donate. So I would have to, you know, go away and do whatever spin it was, and then try to go back to Meridian. And that's how Memeridian got its name. I don't know who came up with Memeridian, but that's kind of how the name came to be. Alright, spins are done. Back to Corrupted Zone. Let us continue our journey. Boom. And then there have been a few people that have said after watching my Memeridian here that have said they would like to try it in their own games, but I don't know if anyone has. So. But there are certainly other open world games where I'm sure a challenge like this could be fun. If you are creative about it. I've always said I feel like it could be interesting to see something similar like this done for one of the GTA games, maybe. Imagine a no car rule in GTA, by the way. Yikes. But then again, then there would be bikes and bicycles and all that, so you'd have to have rules for each. But yeah, I'm sure if you thought it out through, you could plan something like that out. Would be interesting to see it. If somebody ever did that. Call it Canada or something. Red Dead Redemption 2, no horse. Oh, yikes, dude. Ah, imagine. How long does it take to cross Red Dead 2 on foot? Surely some psychotic person out there has tested that. I feel like Skyrim could also work really well for a run like this. Could even include some mods and stuff. Extend the map. There's certainly some games that would be more torturous than others, that's for sure. By the way, happy 28-hour mark, everyone. I feel like it was just half an hour ago I said happy 24-hour mark, but time has really just flown past today, it feels like. Even though I haven't gotten that much progression done. And at the same time, there's not been that many spins, at least compared to the other days. It's just the spins we have had has been very time-wasting. I've been very unlucky with the wheel today, that's for sure. Time is fake, indeed. It's all relative, right? So I don't know what it is about today, and it just feels like things have just flown by. You don't believe in time, lol. Let me hear your theory as to why. I'm very curious to hear your academic papers on this. I mean, true, but that's more about perspective than actual time, you know? It's just because you remember a lot more, and therefore, you know? I'm bad at explaining that, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. Maybe I'm also slightly losing it right now. Not gonna lie, it does feel that way. I think we might have reached that point in the stream where I'm starting to slightly lose it mentally. Fair point, Nimless. If we didn't go Luby, true. True. It always happens on these long Memeridian streams, or sometimes when I do the hundo runs, where it's just like, you just hit that point where you're just like kinda tired, and you just start to, just start to act weird and be a little loopy, like Seth put it. Apparently there's challenge getting over the entire map Nadia 2 without taking a single step. What? Huh? How does that work? Like, Offer is not allowed to take a step. How do you do that? Like, get pushed by a horse or something? Is that even possible? I don't even know how you would begin to do that. But then again, I've not played RDR 2 since it came out. Which admittedly is, you know, some time ago. Still really want to replay Red Dead 2, but it needs to be 60 FPS on console before I even remotely think about it. Because it's also an extremely long game. And the annoying thing is, as I've talked about before, I know at some point Rockstar will make it 60 on modern consoles. I know it will happen. It's just a matter of when they're doing it. And I'd even pay money for it, because Red Dead 2 is a good game, because you know they're not just gonna make it 60 without charging you for it. For Red Dead Redemption 2 expanded and enhanced. But at this point, my assumption is it's just not something they want to think about or worry about until GTA 6 is out. Is my assumption.
Look out below!
I want to know your opinion about Forbidden West weapons and modifications versus Zero Dawn. We talked a little bit about it earlier in the stream, actually. Bats Eye. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I sound like blood porn people? Probably. I might sound like blood porn people, but I'm not as crazy as Silk Song people, okay? Let's just get that clear. Might sound like Bloodborne, but not as crazy as Silk Song people. Just want to make that distinction very clear.
me.
For you. I'll talk about it in a sec, by the way, the weapon thing again. I just need to focus on this fight. Sorry, I'm not answering your question. Give me a sec. But we did actually talk about it at the beginning of the stream a little bit. Or kinda talked about it. Not exactly the same thing, but yeah. No, it's just a one-on-one. Worth it to freeze him? No. Yeah, it is. Just gonna use the canister as well. Easier. Nice, corrupted zones are done. Woo! All corrupted zones are done. All 11 of them. GG. And we hit 30%. GG. Alright, and that means we are replacing that rule. Question is, do we get another do X thing first rule, or am I free to do whatever progression I please? Let's find out. What is the rule that's replacing corrupted zones? It is another first, and of course it's in the fucking Frozen Wilds. Well, I guess we're going for a walk again. Yeah, son of a bitch. Today is not my day with that stupid wheel. Jesus Christ. Guess we're collecting all the pigments now. Son of a... Well, guess pigments it is. So let's go to the Frozen Wilds. Thanks, Tay. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. At least we got the corrupted zones done. I just hoped if it was getting X-Thing first done, maybe like bandages or metal flowers, something at least remotely close. But no, of course, why would it be? Why would it be? Hey. so what were we talking about before the whole corrupted zone shenanigan just happened? Oh yeah, my opinion on the weapons thing. I feel like they did a lot of good things with the weapons and stuff in Forbidden West. I like a lot of ideas. I just personally would have liked to have seen some changes to it. I don't think they should have added coils and modifications to Forbidden West. I would rather have seen them expand on the upgrade system for weapons a lot more. Personally. So instead of relying on coils to, you know, make the weapons more buff, I would rather have seen completely scrap modifications, honestly. Or maybe just make it one modification slot and more like focus on weapons getting better through upgrades. And instead of having like, you know, most weapons in Forbidden West, if you played it, have like 3 to 5 just upgrade parts, right? Or I don't know what you call them. But like upgrades paths in a linear fashion. So you get the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one. I feel like it would have been interesting if they had added like almost like a skill tree to the weapons instead. Like got rid of modifications and then had like some sort of skill tree instead where you upgraded your weapons that way. I feel like it would have been more interesting. Because I just feel like if you're gonna do modifications or upgrades, I just feel like you gotta do one or the other instead of having two systems. Personally. You know? So I would like to have seen them to commit to one or the other, personally. And I would have liked to have seen them maybe expand on the upgrade idea instead of modifications. Is my personal opinion.
At least no one else will die because of them.
I feel like that would have been a bit more interesting. Because as it works right now in Forbidden West, it kind of feels like coils is basically the main thing that matters. And even though, yeah, your weapon does get stronger per upgrade, it does kind of feel like when you are playing the game, it kind of feels like you don't really notice the upgrade. If you go from like level 1 straight to level 5, you notice it. But, at least in my opinion, it kind of feels like the upgrade doesn't even feel like it does anything when you go from 1 to 2, right? Or 2 to 3. Like, you barely notice a difference in the upgrade, even though you've gone out and gotten the machine parts to do it. Which kind of makes it feel like it's not worth it. So, yeah. So I'd like to have seen maybe less emphasis on, like, modifications. And focused on making the upgrades seem more impactful, or make that more of the main system and make it easier to get an upgrade. Right? Because the annoying thing also is with how upgrades work right now in Forbidden West is it feels like you're doing the same thing over and over to get upgrades. Where it's like, oh, I need to get a tail of 3 Tide Rivers, and it's like every purple weapon upgrade, I need 3 fucking tails of Tide Rivers. It doesn't feel like it's varied enough in the machines and parts you have to get. And also, and also another thing with those upgrades, like, does it have to be fucking 3 tail fins from a Tide Ripper? Couldn't just 1 be enough? Or 2? You know, it kind of feels like it's a little egregious with the amount of things that sometimes have you get. Which makes it almost annoying and tedious to upgrade the weapons. Which, in a way, almost makes it feel like it's just not worth it to spend time on. So therefore, I would like to have seen a different system, personally. And I think the path that would have been most interesting for me would be to have a lot less emphasis on modifications and coils, and instead make some sort of bigger upgrade system for weapons. I feel like that would have been more interesting. Because with the system there is now, it just feels like there's too much focus on modifications rather than upgrades. And the upgrades doesn't feel worth it compared to how much you have to do to get upgrade. Especially on like lower tier weapons, because it almost feels pointless to go upgrade your green or blue weapons. Because it's not gonna matter once you get a purple one, for example, or legendary.
Felt that.
So that's my opinion on it. Like, I liked some of the ideas behind it. I would just have liked to see some changes to, you know, make it really good. You know? Instead of it currently as it exists, it just kind of feels it's not bad. It's just I just feel like it could have been more if they had picked one or the other option. Either continue the Zero Dawn path of just focusing on modifications and coils, or going down an upgrade path instead. Instead of trying to do both systems at the same time, because I just don't think that really worked all that well. If you ask me. So that's like my take on it. Hopefully that answers the question you had, by the way. And feel free to ask follow-up questions. Ugh. Yeah, it's extremely annoying and tedious, yeah. Especially if you're trying to upgrade a lot of weapons at the same time. But again, it's my opinion. You're welcome to have your own. Yeah, we'll see what they do in Horizon 3. And I'm sure, who knows, the idea I put out there of having like some sort of skill tree system might not even have worked that well for. And who knows, they might even have tested it at one point and realized, it's not that good. You know? I don't know, I'm just spitting out ideas, and who knows if it would even work or not. I just, personally, the way I envision it, I just feel like I envision some more potential with it than at least modifications or the current system of both. I also just feel like giving, especially legendary weapons, allowing you to have 5 modifications on one weapon seems a little excessive. Maybe that should have been limited to 4. Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll change something one way or another for sure. For sure. Yeah, I know that's a complaint I've heard from a lot of people since Forbidden West came out, that they actually find it annoying that you could only have one of each weapon. Whereas in Zero Dawn you could kind of have more of every weapon, right? So you could have weapons of the same type set up for different situations. In a way I kind of like that you're limited to 1 per weapon, but I do understand that side of it, where it would be nice if you could have multiple. And then maybe only limit, like, legendary stuff to 1 per loadout or something. And make more common weapons actually feel like they're common. If you know what I mean. Yeah, that's definitely one thing. It would be nice if you could pick and choose ammo types and stuff. That's like the #1 thing I hope they change, or maybe not the #1 thing, but if I made a list over my most wanted changes for Horizon 3, being able to control ammo types on weapons, at least maybe say I don't want them or customize the weapon wheel, would be pretty goddamn high priority. For me personally. As a thing I would want to see. Because it's just annoying to have a weapon wheel, especially in Forbidden West where we now have 6 weapons. we can have, and all of them can have like 3 ammo types at once, right? And you also have the 3 weapon techniques on top of that. It just becomes so messy. So it'd be nice to have some sort of ability to say, I never use this, so don't show it in the weapon wheel or something like that. You know. Because it just forces you to accidentally misclick when you use the weapon wheel. Yeah, maybe. I mean, not that side quest needs... a thing I've always heard people complain about in Horizon games is a lot of people feel like it's not rewarding to do side content because you don't really feel like you get any rewards for it. Like, you do get some, but it doesn't feel that valuable. Like, say if you had like an upgrade base system for weapons that were more detailed, it could be like, oh, this upgrade is found completing a quest. Or stuff like that, you know? Like, some of the upgrades you could simply buy if you had the right resources, but maybe some of them be locked behind, you know, oh, you helped me out in this side quest. Here, takes this mod for your bow. It'll help you in combat when you encounter this machine again. Type scenario, right? Because I feel like that would be a cool way to also make doing side quests or other side content feel more rewarding. You know? Or something like, hey, you won this gauntlet race. Here's the prize for winning this gauntlet race. You get this faster notch thingy for your bow or sling or whatever. You know. Because that's a common complaint I kind of agree with Horizon games is, I mean, is that, yeah, the rewards you get for completing stuff doesn't feel like actual rewards. Or at least doesn't feel rewarding enough in some way. Like, you still do the side quests, because in Forbidden West especially, the side quests are really goddamn good. If you're interested in story and stuff like that. But it would also be nice to have some sort of, you know, extra bonus for completing stuff. Right? If you know what I mean. Gauntlet races are their own rewards, less punishment. But I'm sure a lot of you would still complain if all of a sudden it turns out that, oh, this weapon ability that's super good requires you to play Machine Strike, and then all of you would freak out and leave angry comments on the internet. Because I know how you guys are. At least when it comes to Strike. Come on, don't spot me now, please. Have mercy. Okay, I think I'm good. Have to squeeze through those. No worries, Greedy. Take care. Because a lot of the time in the Horizon games, and granted it also sometimes feels like that in many other games, that you just don't really get anything out of completing side content, other than just extra stuff. Where I feel like that used to be way more the case back in the day with older games. But you would get more rewarded for, like, say, doing a side quest or something like that. No! Oh, I thought I was gonna die, so I didn't land on that ledge there. Yes, but But maybe make it so you get the weapons along the way instead of after you have done all the hunting grounds, right? And yeah, they had something similar like that in Forbidden West with the hunting ground medals and stripes. Or arena medals and stuff like that, but you could get some rewards without having completed all the hunting grounds because of that system. Whereas in Zero Dawn you have to do all of them before you get anything. But I guess there's also the problem that then should be considered, like, if you reward the player too much, how do you make... Would that make it feel less rewarding as well? So that's
Easier
also
when
the
I was
problem.
a kid.
Because I do feel like also it's a problem in Forbidden West where some of the legendary weapons, you literally just buy them. Which is just like, okay. I feel like anything that's legendary should be earned some way, you know? And not just something you buy for 2,000 shots in a shed. You get 12 bundles of wood and you're gonna like it. That is painfully true. No, there are a couple of ones you can buy in Fornmarsh, like 2 outfits, and I think 2 weapons are also there. I think there are 2 weapons you can buy. I'm not sure if it's in Fornmarsh, but some of the outfits can be bought. Which is a little lame in my opinion. I feel like for legendary stuff should just never be purchasable. That should always be a reward for something. If you ask me.
Stocking up.
I don't mind adding new weapons to like a new game plus. That I'm fine with. You know. But maybe find a better way of unlocking the legendary stuff in New Game Plus other than you just get these points for doing things you... anything, really. In New Game Plus, I don't know.
Snow haze. White as bone. That thought got dark.
Oh, there's no buying weapons? Okay, I'm misremembering that, my bad. So yeah, it's just the 2 outfits in Fornmarsh then, okay. My bad. You would know it better than me, ISO. Mr. Hundo. Oh yeah, in that way, I get that. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a general problem in video games sometimes where it feels like most of the best stuff you only get right at the end, so you barely get to use it. As I've talked about before, that's actually one of the reasons why I like New Game Plus modes a lot in video games. It's just because New Game Plus modes then give you that opportunity to just, you know,
So
actually
much for
use
being
those
careful.
things you get late game. Yeah, obviously you don't want people to be too OP. So it's a bit of a balancing act, and I don't know how exactly to deal with it. Like, for me, it's not that much of an issue, because I pretty much always replay most of the games I play, if there's a New Game Plus mode. So I don't really notice it, but if you're the type of person that plays a game once and never again, then then yeah, you do have that problem of, oh, I never got to use this weapon. Because I only got it at the very end. Yeah, I know you don't just buy them for shots, but I still feel like this should have been a reward for a quest or something. Shh. Tash. Shush. We just got to the frozen wilds. Let's enjoy it a little bit, you know? Shush it. Also really need a bathroom break now that we got here. I feel like I'm needing to go to the bathroom a lot today. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys. Be right back.
Carja offer peace to the Banuk. None will forget the Red Raids, but perhaps...
You look well.
Good hunting today. We reunited many machine spirits with the blue light.
Peace and harmony, my friend. Ah, there you are.
Corruption in the south, demons in the cut. Some days it seems like the blue light has no hold on the world.
So, machines in the South suffer their own sort of corruption. I wonder what sort of challenge they present.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Sorry for the wait. Yeah, you can always limit yourself in New Game Plus.
Your song will spread.
Can always limit yourself if you feel like you're too powerful.
Outlander, wait a moment.
So let's collect these pigments.
Didn't get colors like this in the Embrace.
First of 9. I guess not. 1001 total, cause junk just added 2. Well, I guess we're not getting pigments right away. But thank you so much for the $21 donation, really appreciate it. It's very kind and generous of you. Oh, we just hit 1K, damn. What the fuck, guys? Insane generosity that's been happening, and we only on day 4 already. Jesus, we'll see where we end up. But thank you so much, guys. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, back to the wheel. And let's see if we can stay in the frozen wilds. Or at least not too far away. So let's see. Okay, long leg, we can get that in the frozen wilds. Not terrible so far. But is the second spin gonna screw me? Ooh, replace a rule. So that obviously doesn't add a spin necessarily, but or something I need to do, it just replaces a rule. I guess random, you keep being unlucky. I'm sorry, dude. At this point, I actually feel bad for you. It seems like everyone else gets like gets something nice, and then you just kind of get screwed. Long leg. There's the one at the control tower. But the problem is if I spot all the other ones. I don't know if I can kill it without alerting all the other machines. Is there any other long legs? See, that's the thing, I don't know for sure. Do I really have to leave for a long leg just to be safe? Because yeah, there is the one here at the control tower, and this control tower turns into a long leg spawn. But the problem is it's part of the Natuk on Shaman's Path. And I don't think I can kill it without alerting them. Because if I alert them, I have to kill all of them. And that would add another spin. I'm afraid I actually have to leave for a goddamn long leg. Are you kidding? But there's no long leg. Do I really have to travel far for a fucking long leg? Gotta be kidding me. Is there... is there really no other long leg? I can't think of any other long leg up here. It isn't tied to any objective. Shit! The long leg is actually worse than I thought it was. I don't know why I thought there was another long leg location, but there isn't. It's just this becomes a long leg spawn once the control tower is gone. Shit. So I guess the closest long leg is this one. I would say, given the rules we have had so far, I would count as progress.
Blue light. It must be. Outlander.
Okay, the spins were worse than I thought. And we're not replacing a rule until the long leg is dead, in case you're wondering. I'm sure somebody's thinking, oh, there's actually a long leg here in the Frozen Wilds, you just don't remember Elk. And fair enough if there is, I just can't think of it right now. My knowledge of the Frozen Wilds is not quite as strong as the main game, with machine spawns. Unfortunately.
Here, Outlander. Only cold and death.
And given how I've been treating other machines that are tied to quests so far, I cannot justify getting the long leg at Nato.
The scrapes.
So I guess we are going back. At least we got one pigment, I suppose. At this rate, I'm definitely not finishing by Saturday. I mean, I only have a maximum of 24 hours on Saturday, which is a lot, especially once the rules are gone. But if I'm left with a lot of progression, that's 24 hours might not be enough. If we keep going like this on the days leading up to Saturday. Because I really should have more stuff completed by now, I feel like. But you guys have just been so incredibly generous. So who knows? So if you actually make me do a 24-hour stream on Saturday, and I haven't completed it, I guess technically that would be the first time a Memeridian has failed to complete.
Can't let myself stiffen up.
So if you guys pull that off, I'll be massively impressed. But we'll see what happens. But there's still a lot of time until Saturday.
Easy, easy.
What if I fail? I don't know. I don't know if we need to add some punishment to that or just call it a chat victory. I don't know. I mean, no matter what, we're gonna call it a chat victory, I guess. But we'll see. Are you softening up, Creel? I'm not sure other people in the chat will agree with that sentiment. And to be fair, we have gotten some progress done. Not a lot, but some. Like, we have all vessels, corrupted zones, bandit camps, and one pigment. It's not like we have nothing. Someone with the land zones just ran away. They didn't actually spot me. Nice. If I fail. I don't know about that, man.
Never know when I might
It sounds
need
like
these.
a cruel and unusual punishment to me, you know? Sounds like a cruel and unusual punishment. Ooh. The punishment has to fit the crime. Ouch. Ah, that's a good comeback. Dang it. Well played, sir. Well played. It's for the kids.
Easier when I was a
I don't
kid.
know. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. But let's just get there first. Let's just get there first. Let's see if the crime is even committed before we add a punishment, okay? Because as much as I'm joking about me not having done that much progress so far, there's still a long time until Saturday where we can get a lot done, potentially. And we still gotta remember, once we're halfway through Saturday, there will be no rules, including free fast travel. And at that point, you have to do a lot to slow me down. And be very tactical about slowing me down as well. All characters blindfolded, lol. I mean, anything blindfolded would be interesting. Yeah, I think even if there's no more spins for the next day and a half, Junk, I'm probably still not done. By Friday. But I could get a lot done in one day with no spins, as I'm sure you are aware. Like, if I'm led to my own devices, with no spins, like, sure, the rules that would still be there would slow me down, but there still would be progress would start to happen fairly quick at that point. But I'm sure you guys all know that. I'm sure you all are aware of that. That's a fact. Lego Horizon blindfolded sounds possible. I don't know about that one, Chief. I think you're underestimating the difficulty of a blindfolded speedrun of any game where you actually have to aim precisely. Keep messing up this climb here. Afraid I'm gonna fall to my death at any moment there. Yeah, but I still don't know. I still don't think you can come up with standardized strats for Lego Horizon, given how it works and how random everything is in that game, like enemy positions and weapons and stuff like that. Like, it has nothing to do with the target group. It has something to do with simply how the game works, guys. I don't think you guys realize what goes into blindfolded speedruns, the way you guys are talking about it. A game being easy with eyes does not mean it's all of a sudden easy blindfolded. That does not translate directly. Are we doing it that way? I mean, I have already said I might replay Last of Us Part 2 when the Season 2 comes out of the show. But if we want to make that the punishment, sure. Now we just guarantee we'll do it, I guess. Magic. Lol. I mean, you're welcome to look into it, Chili, but I'm still gonna stand my ground here, and I'll say you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure you could, like, bash your head against a wall and eventually maybe get through it, but you actually want to have some strategy to it. I don't think you can do that with Lego Horizon the same way you can with other games. There's simply too much randomness to it. And precise aiming, I don't think you can set that up with enemies, a random movement and attacks. The effort monitor, lol. I guess somebody's been watching Carl Jobs videos. The fact that she, as far as I'm aware, she's still doubling down that she did it legit is hilarious. If you haven't seen that story, I'd highly recommend looking into it. If you don't know what me and Magic are talking about. But there was basically like a streamer that was doing blindfolded boss kills in Monster Hunter World. This was before Wilds came out. And her initial attempts got proven to be fake, basically due to the fact that she was sitting in a way she could clearly see underneath her blindfold. Like, that was the first way, so then she tried to prove she could do it legit by, you know, having a different blindfold on, and also covering up her monitors and all that. But she then faked having a third monitor off camera that you couldn't see. Yeah, she even read chat off that monitor while blindfolded, which is fucking hilarious. Like, she got busted pretty hard. Carl Jobs made, like, I think 2 videos on it. Highly recommend it. It's a good one. And even more funny is some of her moderators in her chat and some of her viewers, like, just straight up defend her, even though the evidence are so insanely strong against her. There we go. Long legs are dealt with. So we are back to 0 spins when we change the rule. But first, let's see what rule is gonna be up for grabs here. It's gonna be Banuke figures first. Banuke figures first. And now let's see which rules you guys are voting between. It's gonna be 2578. 2578. So 2, 5, 7, or 8. You guys will have 3 minutes to vote. Good luck, everyone. the vote has started. It's on top of chat. If you don't see it, refresh your chat. And let me see here. The rules are 2 is no learning new skills. What was the other one? 5, kill all alerted. 7, no handling curls. 8, outcast outfit only. So yeah, like I said, you have 3 minutes. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. And in the meantime, I'll walk my way back to the Frozen Wilds. Because as the rules stand right now, still have to get all the pigments first. But depending on which rule you guys vote out, we might have to do Banuk figures first. Depending on which number it ends up being. So we'll see. Either way, I have to move to that side of the map. Regardless. So cast your votes and do your campaigning in chat to get people to vote for the thing you want to vote for. All that good stuff. And we'll see what you guys come up with. We'll see what you guys come up with.
Need them soon enough.
And just a reminder, if you weren't here early in the stream, we agreed that we would have 2 options to replace a rule on the wheel now. Just to add a little bit more variety compared to what it has been so far. You're not like that scrapper. Surely I can stealth kill him without the sawtooth. Or not. Get a little lucky there, avoiding that fight. We good. We good. We're safe and sound. Looks like the vote is drawing to an 8. Let's see what the result are. It's gonna be number 2. 68% of you voted for 2. Alright. So that is no learning new skills. Which does mean Banuk figures is now rule number 2, which is ahead of pigments. And pigments currently set at rule number 6. So that means I have to get Banuk figures first now instead of the pigments. Just so we are clear on that. Because the order at which I have to do first is determined by the order of the rules. So hopefully that makes sense. Actually, wait. Wouldn't it be smarter for me to go the other way first? Yes, it would. Given the current rules, I should actually be going the other way with the Banuk figures. Yeah, unfortunately the Banuk figures are kind of like scattered in corners of the map. It's not exactly the fastest thing in the world, but at least it's progress. At least it's progress.
Protect the people of Sunfall. We all know our army could destroy them.
I'll tuck that away.
Sports shoe sponsor, yeah. Aloy could use some new sneakers after Memeridian, that's for sure. Slow, inefficient progress, exactly. But to me right now, in my current predicament, I would say progress is progress. Given my current situation already. Any progress is good progress at this point. Let's be honest. Nope. Any progress is good progress at this point. Let's not discriminate. And to be fair, we also get a lot of these do X thing first rules out of the way. Already gotten like 3 of them out of the way today. So, or today and yesterday, so the less likely we are to get those rules going forward. But there's still quite a few of them left, given the lack of progress so far. But that's not my fault, that is technically your guys' fault. And we are 29 hours into Memeridian so far. Woo! The speed at which we are progressing. Sometimes my speed is almost frightening.
Get much hotter. I hope.
Who's firing at me?
Yeah, almost 1% power. The speed. Enough speed to make Lightning McQueen jealous. Nope, nothing to see here, kitty. Oh shit, it's looking at me again. Alright, we good? Now just straight line over to the Banuk figure. Banuk figure number 1. And I probably won't be able to grab this Banuk figure up here without triggering some Glinthawks, most likely. We'll see. Because this particular one has a lot of Glinthawks around it. only one Glendhawk. Did I get lucky with the spawn? Might have gotten really lucky with the spawn here. Might as well fight it then. Might as well fight it. Wait, was that a spin? King Bing, thank you for the 19-month resub. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the continued support. I really hope you're doing well. What's this challenge? Long story. But it's the Memeridian challenge, where I try to complete Horizon Zero Dawn to 100% with some extra challenges added to it. And it's also basically my version of a subathon on Twitch. So people can also slow me down in my progress by subbing, donating, gifting bits. That's how it works. Alright, got our first Banuk figure. On to number 2.
Another Banuk figurine.
Why did you say another one, Aloy? This is the first one. Jesus. Get your voice lines correct. And so far, my progress has been extremely slow thanks to chat's incredible generosity so far in this run. And currently I'm on a hunt to get all the Banuk figures, because I currently have a rule that says I have to get all the Banuk figures first before I can do anything else. Yo, BB Kite. Thanks for the good luck. Haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing good.
These will keep.
What is spotting me? There's no way he's gonna spot me from that distance. Got the convoy here. How are we gonna deal with this?
Might regret this.
Be careful with the Ravager here. Made it my absolute mission to avoid any unnecessary fights. It's just a fun stealth challenge, I guess. That I'm setting for myself. Really? Another convoy right away? Come on, game. What is this? Absolute shenanigans right now. All the convoys. All the convoys. Got a super itchy nose right now. Ugh. What's up, Lex? How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. to go down through here due to the rock breakers. And then gonna have to cross this desert without getting spotted. That's always a challenge in this outfit. But we'll see. Surely I can manage it. Annoying day at work, but otherwise fine. Fair enough. Sucks, but fair.
That'll keep my stomach quiet.
Time to just come home and relax a bit, I guess. Apparently I hadn't grabbed those potions until now. Might as well grab them. Probably gonna come in handy eventually.
Going down fast.
Escape's coming? I mean, I don't want to die and get sent way the fuck back. It's already happened one too many times in this Memeridian. So call it safe scamming, call it learning from past mistakes. Up to you. Whatever you want to call it. Made it to the second minute fair without any trouble. So far so good. Might be able to solve all of them. We'll see. If I can get through the next one without being spotted, that's... And away from it without being spotted, that would be huge. Because the next one is definitely the hardest one to do without being spotted. I think there actually is a rule for that. Chili. We just haven't had it yet. I believe we do have a rule for no quick saves. Just haven't been that unlucky to get that one yet. Haven't been that unlucky yet. Which would make at any death obviously way more impactful.
So much for being careful.
Because then the only way for me to get checkpoints then would be to actually complete stuff. And given how this is going, you know. Yeah. But to be fair, we haven't had that many accidental deaths and stuff like that. At least not on today and yesterday, I feel like. Might have been unlucky with the spins, but... if we ignore my luck factor... I feel like I have been relatively efficient getting through it. How often does the game autosave? Never. Only when you complete a checkpoint in a quest, or you quick save at a campfire. Oh, I forgot to place the marker on the next one. which is right. It's here, right? Yeah. I played this game too well. It should be worth that. Pretty sure you said that yesterday as well. No, there are no autosaves. Only the ones doing quests, which might be the ones you're thinking about. So if you do no quest and never save at a campfire, you can lose a lot of progress. I can use mounts. It's just when I go through certain areas, using a mount would not be worth it, because if I get spotted, I have to kill anything that spots me. So especially through that desert area there, where there's machines literally every square inch, it's just simply not worth it to use a mount, because that would slow me down more having to fight everything. Because I have a rule that I'm not allowed to, or I have to kill anything that gets alerted. So there are certain places in the map where I can use a mount, like right here, right now, I'm about to swim across here, so I can't use a mount here. And then I'll be in the Bright Market settlement where I can't use a mount either, and then from there I already have to stealth my way to the Biduk figure. Didn't know Zero Dawn was a Souls-like, lol. Lol. That's a spin, because that's 105 subs. Oh boy, what are we gonna get? This is not exactly the best position to be in for a spin. Shit. Anonymous, thanks for giving us up to Kite. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity, and Kite, enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing. Oh boy, what's it gonna be? I have a feeling I'm gonna get screwed here. I have a bad feeling about this one. By the way, shoutouts to 169 total spins. Nice. Please have mercy. I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna look until it stops. Oh, okay. Bellowbag is right next to the beam, or to the figure. Okay. It just means I have to fight all the sawtooths in the area as well. That could have been worse. We survived to live another day, or to see another spin. Okay. Not that bad. Finally getting some luck. Finally getting some luck with the spins. Because there's Bellowbags right next to the Biduk figure. Yes. Whenever people donate, either when we hit 5 total subs, aka you saw we just hit 105 subs on the counter, or 1k bits, or a $10 donation, we add a spin, and then whatever that spin lands on, I have to do that objective before I can do anything else. So that's how people slow down my progress. So the more generous people are, the longer this run will be. In theory. Why I'm doing this to myself? Well, I could really use some financial support for the stream to allow me to put more time and effort into it, so that's what the money goes towards. Similar to how other streamers sometimes do subathons, if you've seen that on Twitch, to, you know, gather funding for future streams and all that. So this is basically just my version of it, in a way. And yeah, to gather support, and also because, in a way, it's kind of fun, because it forces me to play the game completely different than I normally would do. So, obviously money is a huge factor in it, but I also like the challenge of it. Because I am forced to play it way differently than I would in any speedrun or challenge run I normally do. Alright. So unfortunately, we have to kill the bellowback here, and there's basically no way to kill this bellowback without alerting all the other guys. So we shall see. How am I gonna start this fight? Get all data points? Yes. There actually is. Is down, so that gets rid of the spin, but still have to kill all alerted. Well, I put myself into a corner. I thought I was up against a different wall. Well, I guess we're redoing that fight. Oh, we got a little bit of good RNG because they're already fighting something this time around. Doesn't matter, still have to kill them because that is the rules. It's technically slightly easier with these guys here as well. That was what I hoped would happen the first fight. Was that the bellowback was gonna hit something else when I broke the freeze? There we go. Now we can get the Banuk figure.
Ouch.
Three down, 3 more to go. So I guess the next one is all the way over here in the valley. Right up here. Yeah, you did get 1 death. use a mount here now that all the enemies are dead. I'm not allowed. There's 2 permanent rules that are not listed at the bottom, which is no fast travel and ultra hard is the default difficulty. Excuse me. Got a runny nose today. On the spin I can unlock 1 fast travel. On the wheel spins, so not all the wheel spins are kill X machine. Most of them aren't, but I can unlock a fast travel and I can also unlock X amount of time on a certain difficulty, lower than ultra hard. So that's also a thing. So not all the spins are necessarily bad. So there's also a little bit of a risk, I suppose. It's not guaranteed to be a slowdown, if you get what I mean. Now, the odds of it being a negative thing for me is quite high. Because there's like 35 possible things on the wheel, and only 4 of them are good. And then there's like 2 neutral, which is to replace a rule. And then the rest of them is kill X thing or go to this thing. I just have to use the fast travel before I get another one, Chili. So like if I get 2 fast travel backs to back, then I lose one of them. I can only have 1 at a time. So I gotta be a little tactical when I use it. Oh, so why are you bringing up the Greenland thing all the time, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
A quick way down.
Not gonna lie, it kind of feels like that joke has run its course at this point. Just saying. But even if I get 1 fast travel, it doesn't really help that much. It just, you know, because when we go through the, you know, when we go through the wheel, there's like 1 fast travel and there's like, what, 10 things that will send me really far away. So there'll still be, on average, 9 things that'll make me travel really far, if you know what I mean. So the fast travel is not that much of an advantage as when you think about it that way. Let's just move on for the whole... We already talked about the Greenland thing today. I don't want to bring up all that political stuff again. Let's not. If you want to hear my opinions, just go back in the stream and listen to it.
Might be something up there.
Bandits right in the middle of the road. Cleared all the bandit camps, yet bandits still spawn. Typical. Socioeconomic policies of Sun King of Art. Lol. As much as he have done for the Sundom, in terms of good stuff, he still seems to have a very split hierarchy in the Memeridian in terms of the difference between being a noble and not. We still got some work to do there, I guess. Still got work to do.
Ho!
That's the fastest route. I mean, I feel like the removal of nobility would also, in a way,
Go again.
then you would also have to question, like, why do we need a king at that point, right? Isn't that right, comrade? Then to stir the revolution, down with the Sun King. Cue the anthem. That is true. Probably do need the concept of nobility if you wanna make your position as king seem valid. Or at the very least have some support for your position. What's up, boar? That boar came to greet me. Has anyone else been seeing those Eat Like a Hobbit videos? No? What's that?
The world beyond the sacred land.
Is that just a video of someone eating
And learn
2
everything he
breakfasts
Who
in
the
a day?
killers were, how they saw me through his focus. The woman is one who looks like me. Why they want me dead. Olin's trail leads to Memeridian.
Yes, we had breakfast,
When I
but
catch
what about
him,
second
He
breakfast?
will talk. And he will pay for all the lives he's
Well,
ruined.
it's decent work keeping the city safe.
Lol. Lex. Wow. I can't really tell if that's a good one or not, but just wow. That certainly is a stretch, that one, but fair. Straight to fourth. May need to make a second round. That sounds delicious.
Screaming in the blood. Wow.
I might regret this.
Mother, purify the machines. Cleanse them of corruption.
Excuse me. Cleanse them of corruption. Alright, almost at our next Bannock figure. I don't think I rarely ever get the Bannock figure from this angle. Oh yeah, it's on the other side still. Gotta be a little bit higher. Gotta go higher. When in doubt, go higher. Can I make this jump? Nope. I could not. Perhaps a little too high. What? No! Surely you must be kidding. How the fuck was that fall to that far? Bruh. Wait, where the fuck am I? Oh, I did save at this campfire. I thought I was much... I got afraid I was much further back than I was. How the hell was that fall that far? I demand VAR take a look at that one. Because I disagree with that decision. Absolute BS is what that was. Absolute BS. Try again, but don't die this time. I think I got it this time. There we go. 2 more Baduk figures to go. Woo!
Come on. I don't have many shards, and lives are on the line.
You're right. Mind if I go looking for your friends. So pay up and shut up.
Without these explosive arrows, they'll be torn to shreds.
This guy. Lol. You guys are hilarious right now. Absolutely hilarious. That must be said. I don't know why I decided to do this voice. I guess I just felt like it. Don't question it. Just don't question it.
Ouch.
Oh, the double burn from Seth. Well played. Double burn.
The others haven't noticed.
Showing up once per year to do the job. What do you mean? Are you sure you're not Murkas in disguise? Because what do you mean is something Murkas would say all the time. Typically when he speedruns and some stupid death happens in a crash game, but you know. Alright, there we go. One more Benic figure to find. One more. Then we have all of them, and will we get another first rule afterwards? Possibly, we shall see. We shall see.
Look out below!
We have happy little accidents. Lol. Just fell to my death again. I'm playing with fire at the moment. Tickling the tail of the dragon, hoping it doesn't wake up. Unhappy lots tragedies. Yes. Yes, exactly that. That is like when you die on the way to a spin and you realize you haven't quick saved in forever. So you can send really far back. That is what a unhappy lots accident is. Or tragedy.
I'll find a use for you. Easy, easy.
I gotta be more careful with those slippery slopes. Which I know I just said like 3 minutes ago, just slightly different. But apparently I'm just not learning my lesson. Because I'm just smart like that. I'm very clever indeed. Have I tried being stupid? This is not trying, this is a skill. This is simply just natural stupidity. Trust me. Something you simply can't teach. An innate talent, exactly. Exactly. Go back to an American native girl. Hold up. That joke was painful to fucking read. That's a painful joke, Lex. You should feel bad. You should really feel bad. Well, we got all the Banuk figures. Hashtag more progress. Which means it's time to replace said rule. And let's see if we get another do X thing first rule. We might. We might. Anything to move on from what just transpired. Oh, animal figures first. What a surprise, another first thing. It's almost like we have done no progression, so we keep getting first rules. It's almost like we have done no progression, so there's still a ton of those rules left. But it does mean we're going to Montana Recreations for free. I guess that's a bonus. So now, animal figures. Woo! Which means we can unlock Bison, Bison, Bison. Which is apparently a lot of people's favorite.
Scrabbling a bit.
Because that's the actual legal Latin name of bison. Or whatever he says. Something along those lines. I'm tired, okay? Is Rust and Sundom still on the wheel? I'm sure there's still things on the wheel that would send me away from the frozen ones. What's left on the wheel? We got Grazer, Stormbird, Broadhead, Scorcher, Behemoth, Trembler, Nothing, Sawtooth, Tallneck, Rockbreaker, Charger, Replace a Rule. That's it. So lots of things that could send me away. But why even think about that? We could also just collect some animal figurines, you know? You know? Well, I guess we're not doing animal figurines, at least for a while. Because, holy shit. Esty, did you just... You did just do that, didn't you? Good lord. Esty, my goodness. That's 10 spins right there. So no animal figurines for a while. My goodness. $100 bomb. Holy snap. Thank you so much for that insane generosity. Holy crap. I guess Esty really hates animal figurines. My goodness. My goodness. At least I didn't make it all the way into the frozen ones. But regardless, with 10 spins, we are definitely heading all the way back to the rest of the map. Almost guaranteed. I mean, it is guaranteed, let's be honest. So what's first? Okay, at least Scorcher first. That is nice. Scorcher first. It wasn't like Stormbird Scorcher. Good. A little bit of luck coming my way today. Wonderful. And then Trambler. Scorcher, Trambler. And what's next? Tick, 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 tick. Scorcher, Trambler, Grazer. Grazer. Grazer indeed. Well, let's find a Scorcher. Thank you so much, SD, again for that insane generosity. Really appreciate that. And another 10 from Robin. Well, one more spin. To make it a flat 180 total. Oh, it also makes the dono count 11111. Is that the first quote-unquote meme number of the Memeridian? And excluding the 69s, I guess. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, we hit 69 a couple of times. But the first big meme number, I guess. Isn't there a Grazer in the Frozen Wilds? No, there's no Grazers in the Frozen Wilds. Unfortunately. There are Tramplers. But since I have to get a Grazer, would it be worth getting the Trambler in the Frozen Wilds? I don't know. Wait, where am I going? Lost track of my position. Well, thank you guys so much for that insane generosity, Robin and SD. Really appreciate it. You guys have been incredibly supportive so far of this Memeridian. And trust me, I might sound a little tired and perhaps not as excited as I should be, but it's been some long days. But trust me, it really helps me out a lot. You guys have no idea. So thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Scorcher. Let's mark it so people know what I'm running towards.
Stone taken over by bandits.
No worries, Magic. Take care. And enjoy the meal afterwards. Because that's probably the best part. Is finally getting to eat something afterwards.
People still sing this song.
Even though I've never experienced it myself, I've driven both my mom and dad to the hospital before such test, so yeah.
So much for being careful.
And they're definitely not fun, but the one thing they always talked about after I picked them up after the test
Wait a moment.
was always how much they look forward to finally eat something again. At least we got all the Banuk figures done before all the spins. So some progress was made. But I guess every time we try to do the Frozen Wilds collectibles, you guys add a ton of spins. That seems to be a trend that's developing. At least today. There are 6 animal figurines, and so far I have 0 of them. And all of them are in the Frozen Wilds because it's a DLC collectible. It is a DLC collectible. Alright. Where's the Scorcher? He's right in the middle of the pack of all these landswords.
If I found out more about these machines, I could learn to override them.
Let's see if we can at least take out some of the landswords before we get alerted. Really starting to miss my handling curls, not gonna lie. At the very least speed up some of these fights again. But down to 10. I'm trying to think. Would it be worth killing a Trembler up here just to get the Grazers here? I don't think it is, just because what I have left on the wheel, pretty much all of it is exclusively in this part of the map. Let me be a little bit tactical. Is there any Frozen Wild stuff on the wheel left? No. So, I can pretty much conclude I will have to go to Tremblers. Tremblers, which ones would be logical to go for? These ones, I suppose. Level 45. Oh yeah, I can learn skills again, by the way. Almost forgot about that. Should probably do that. Since you guys voted out that rule not that long ago.
Easier when I was a kid.
Unfortunately, I can do that. But that would certainly make it more efficient. At least I know at least one of these spins statistically should be the nothing spin. So it might only be 9 spins left. And one of them could also be replace a rule, so it might only be 8 spins. Which will speed it up a little bit, but not much. Bit too much of an alternate route here to get up where I want to. A little too much of a detour there. A little too much of a detour. Is there more than 10 things left on the wheel?
It shall remain.
What's left on the wheel? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So no, we have... Because we already know what 10 and 9 is gonna be. Which is Trembler and Grazer. Which means there will be one thing left on the wheel after all this. There'll be one thing left on the wheel. Which one? I don't know.
Going down fast.
But we'll see. We shall see. Do. Another journey down the mountain. Unfortunately, I think we are... I'm pretty sure... Yeah, we have already hit Gildan on this wheel. So, Gildan won't be there until the wheel is reset. Dude. What? Okay. Well, I guess we're not doing any more progress today. What the actual fuck? Are you kidding me, Esty? Jesus. Wow. Another hundo. Holy crap. I am fucking dumbfounded and lost for words, guys. Holy shit. Thank you so much. God damn. Wait, you got your 5k bit badge?
Quick way down.
But you didn't give any bits, did you? Did I miss something? Oh, did you just get the pop-up for it or something? Weird. Now, you gave some bits earlier. I guess maybe you only got the notification for it now. I say some bits, you gave 5k bits earlier. To be more accurate. And then Robin with 23 bits. I guess back to... What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Keeping that meme going. Thank you, Robin. Appreciate it. A fellow meme number enjoyer. I tip my hat to you. A tip of the fedora. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Man. I wish there was a stronger word than thank you right now, but unfortunately there isn't, as far as I'm aware. But thank you so much, guys. You guys are fucking insane. Thank you so much. Oh, man. How did we get back to 22 spins? Come on. Out of nowhere as well.
Snow.
You haven't been able to watch that one yet, so fair enough. I appreciate it. Goddamn. Just fixing it. Fair enough. There's still a lot of Memeridian left, you know? You could have maybe saved it a little bit the next couple of days, you know, make me get some progress in, and then done it. But no, I guess you couldn't wait. You just wanted to keep me away from those animal figures. I see how it is. What did animal figures do to you? Tell me how they hurt you, Esty. You don't need to wait. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. That is totally fair. You can still bully me at the Memeridian part. Oh god. How cute of you to assume I'm actually getting to Meridian. Because at this rate, I'm starting to have my doubts. I was skeptical earlier, but now I'm almost doubtful about it. What even is a Memeridian or Meridian? Can you eat it at this point?
The scrapes.
As Seth would say. My god. I mean, normally I tend to add all data points into Memeridian just to, you know, have a bit more progress to do to guarantee it lasts a little bit longer. I'm starting to doubt that that's even necessary for this run. At this rate. Because holy shit, guys, you are just... I don't know. You guys are way more crazy than I had imagined even in my wildest dreams. on like day 4 of this run. Because that's the thing, we are still only on day 4. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck is happening? Also, why am I climbing so high here and putting myself at risk of a stupid death? What are you
There's
doing,
a signal
Elk?
here.
Why do you Skyrim so much? Skyrimming a little too much at the moment. Well, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are really making me, making sure I get that good old imposter syndrome today. So thank you. Wait, you're saying the layout is so good? Because all I've heard ever since the update came out is people complaining about it. But I guess you like it, Seth. Huh. Someone does. But then again, I feel like people always complain when there's layout updates to any site or app. And then after a while, people get used to it.
The scrapes.
Actually, wait, I think I saw Ricky post on Blue Sky saying he liked it too. Discord still hasn't updated for me, so I'm still waiting to see what it looks like. But we'll see. So much more efficient monitor space. That sounds nice, because that's actually been a thing I've not been a fan of with Discord's layout in the past. So I feel like the layout could be a little bit more efficient.
Don't look to me for help.
To get to these tramplers, I almost have to take a bit of a detour, right? I could also just get the ones down here. Because can I avoid these Clinthawks by going over this way? Is it even possible going over this way? I feel like I have to go too far to the left to do this. Yeah, it's too risky. Calling it now too risky. I'd just go for the... Nah. Cutting through here and up here. And then probably on the back way I can get to the grazers. Yeah. Let's do it that way. That seems like the most efficient approach. I think. Too much of a nerd, lol. I'm afraid of the Stormbird. Please don't hurt me. I have a family. Okay, we're good. Already had 2 accidental Stormbird fights today. Don't need a third. Don't need a third. That is not what I need right now. That is not what I need right now. Especially when I already have no Stormbird is on the wheel, and I'm just gonna... I mean, I already know Stormbird is coming up at some point, so... So yeah, let's just chill. Let's just chill. Aloy does not have a family. Ah, dude. She has a sister. She just doesn't know it yet. Okay? Come on, man. Is the Gillette sister even on the planet yet? Well, technically no. But as far as I'm aware, now I haven't looked up the definition of a family yet. But I don't think it's a requirement to be on the planet. Same planet as your family members to be a family. If not, that would have some weird implications for the astronauts on the ISS.
Easy, easy.
Or to have ever met them. That too, yes. That too. Winking in space. This is scrappers. I need tremblers games. Tremblers, not scrappers. Why do I have a feeling I'm gonna go to the spawn and there's just not gonna be tremblers? Oh, okay, they are. Good, 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 good. Gets rid of the spin at least. I still have to kill the others. What is spotting me down there? Scrappers, I guess. Two down. By the way, do you guys miss Tramplers in Forbidden West? One of the few machines that's not in the Forbidden West. Miss broadheads more? Same, dude. Like, broadheads were the best mount. Hands down. There we go. Got all of them. Now we need Grazer. kind of feel like it might not be possible to go this way to the graves. Are the humans spawned in here before the quest? I don't think they are. Some of them are.
This scrap dragged here from.
Actually, I guess they all are, because I'm not all the way in yet. Yeah, they are. Yeah, maybe going this way is a mistake. After all. But a challenge nonetheless. Here. I mean, the broadheads and striders, sure. I will say it makes sense they didn't include the Sawtooth, because the Ravager is just a revolution of the Sawtooth. Which you could argue it's just, oh, that's just Hephaestus, you know, being better at creating his designs, right? Can I get past all these scrappers? I'm afraid of these Glinthogs coming back around.
Here they come.
Yeah, I just gotta have to run for it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Surely, I can hide right here. This is a very tense moment. Just really want to avoid this fight right now. Glenthog is moving again. Or not? Looked like he was. What? Why? Why did he do that? How did you get up here? By the way. got out of that pickle. Now for the Gracer. Cool.
They still need a Karja-handed guide.
And at this rate, it probably was faster to just have gone in the first place to the hunting ground for the Trampler. But, shush. Shush it. I don't want to hear it.
This machine yet. I need to find a way to learn.
There we go. Grace is done. What are the next 4 spin or 3 spins? Tick, 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 tick. Tall neck. Huh. Lol, Astral. Tall neck, then Sawtooth. Ah, Rockbreaker. Well, it was coming at some point. It was coming at some point. Away we go to the top link. Put Astral Foot Director of NASA, what? I must have missed something in chat. I seem to be lacking some critical information. What was spins again? Tall neck, Sawtooth, Rockbreaker. Tall neck, Sawtooth, Rockbreaker. No, I'm not gonna go for that tall neck. Too many things would be in the way there. I guess I'll go for this tall neck and then Sawtooth here. Normal Wednesday, so I see. Yeah, typical Wednesday.
Ouch.
Very standard Wednesday. A particularly pleased job right now? Probably not. I'm surprised NASA hasn't gotten Doge yet. Or maybe they have, and I just haven't heard about it. You'd almost think a certain someone would be corrupt enough to...
Gotta put up a fight.
To, you know, what? Not fighting me, but... Yeah? A certain someone would potentially be corrupt enough to, you know, cut the competition, if you know what I'm saying. We don't know who you're talking about. But then again, maybe they don't need to come to maybe they don't need to cut the competition, because let's remember they are doing that very important moon mission right now, where, of course, according to their plan, they did that whole refueling thing in space and already landed the first supplies on the moon last year, because that was their plan and the thing they got government funding to do. So isn't it great that they landed all those supplies on the moon so they can be ready for the next mission there? It was so good that they got that done last year. Really well done. So I can't wait to see that other space company do their second moon mission according to their plan that they're definitely following to the T. There we go, it's all done. Apparently we'll be living on Mars in 10 years. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to have astronauts on Mars in 2 years, according to that original plan. About the Mars missions as well. Because, you know, they already landed the first couple of supplies. I think it was in 2018 for that. Any day now. All those bullshit promises over the years. And isn't it great we have had self-driving cars for 10 years? Like that are fully autonomous, that can drive from New York to LA without a human touching the wheel. It's incredible. We have had that for 10 years now and just taken it completely for granted. The amount of bullshit that dude has said over the years, man. It's fucking insane. And so many people were just fucking hook, line, and sinker on it. At least at this point, it feels like almost no one has not woken up to how stupid that dude is. At least at this point, there's not really many defenders left. Whoa, dang it. This is not ideal.
So much for being careful.
I have to go back up again. Because I'm not going straight down that valley, because there's way too many machines to run into that way. Ain't happening. In no way, Jose. Yeah, more and more on the nose, yeah. Just remember, the robot apocalypse is only in 2060, according to the Horizon lore. We still have the massive climate disaster that's supposed to happen in 2030. Oh no, 2035 I think is when it first starts in the Horizon universe. So we still gotta have that 10 years of massive climate catastrophe from 35 to 45 before the robots get here. So don't worry. Don't worry. But then remember, from 2045 to 2065, before the Zero Dawn thing happens, apparently those 20 years are like golden years for the people that survived the, you know, the bad thing, the climate thing. So if you get through the climate stuff, you're gonna have a good time. according to the Horizon lore. Especially if you're a person with a lot of money to invest. Alrighty then. Are there only 2 sawtooths? It appears so. Sawtooth down. Rockbreaker next. Wait, did the other Sawtooth not see me? No way he didn't spot me.
Calm.
I'm not crazy, he did not spot me, did he? What? Are you kidding? Huh. I mean, he would be attacking me right now if he did, I guess. What's a lot more money according to Horizon? I mean, Ted Farrow was the world's first trillionaire, so... And Walter Londra was also stupid rich before he started Heaven, so... So you probably need a lot of money. If you want to own one of those big Horizon companies. And we know from the Burning Shores that Ted Farrow only got into college because I think it was his dad sponsored the college or something like that. There's a data point that talks about that in the Burning Shores, which doesn't sound like he came up from a relatively poor background. So, you know. So you probably need a little bit of funding. Gotta do a lot of Memeridians then, yeah. That's gonna take a lot of Memeridians to be rich enough to buy a ticket to be on Far Zenith, I guess. Almost at the rock breaker. By the way, I can already say now, we are not gonna do all the spins today. Not to disappoint you, but I wasn't expecting that many spins here at the end, so some of these spins will not be done today. So I just want to make that clear. Because I probably won't be able to go for much longer than the 31-hour mark. So depending on how far we are with the spins at that point, we'll see. So just want to say that. I appreciate the support, but some of the spins will be there to prevent progress at the start of tomorrow's stream, I guess. Alright, made it to the rock breakers. Yeah, we're just gonna kill him. Oh, he got spotted really early. Oh, I'm lounging in my chair right now. rocks hit me at the perfect time. Shots in here. Good luck, magic. Down. One more to go. Indeed, Chili. Esty and Robin decided to have a lot of fun. Left in this puppy. Nope. How does it still stand? There we go. Rock breakers are down. Rock breakers down. Alright, time to see what the next three are. Well, we're starting off with nothing. So we are removing another spin. I mean, that was gonna happen no matter what, because I was still on the wheel. Broadhead. Broadhead. Yo, Messy JD, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the L Tribe. Enjoy emotes. And thank you so much for using your Prime on me. So Broadhead, Charger, and what's next? Behemoth. Behemoth. Cool. Behemoth, Broadhead, Charger. Or, excuse me. Broadhead. Broadhead, then Broadhead, Charger, Behemoth, yeah. But yeah, thank you for the sub and using your Prime on me. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What are these Glinthawks doing? Get out of here. Scavengers. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Brought him down onto Charger. Charger, then the Behemoth. And then we know the last two spins on the wheel that we currently have is Replace a Rule and Stonebird. So we know we have to backtrack for Stonebird. I think I'm gonna let the Stonebird be the last thing for today, because then we'll start with a a full wheel right off the bat tomorrow. And then we should be around the 31-hour mark in the run. So we have caught up on like 1 hour yesterday, because I did say I wanted to on average do like 8 hours a day.
I can't override that machine, but if I could learn more about it.
So that means we need to catch up on 1 more hour, which we might do tomorrow. If we go for 9 tomorrow, then we'll be at 40, and then we're back on the 8-hour average pace that I promised to do for Memeridian. At least for the first 6 days. Why are you not losing track of it? Come on. And then the other one. Come on. Stop it, you dumb birds.
Oh boy.
For fuck's sake. Get over here so you don't disturb that sawtooth. Stupid birds. I know what happened, I just didn't see the other bird was looking at me. Because I got a little impatient after the other two went away. Which is definitely my own fault. But still, I'm allowed to be annoyed by my own stupidity. Charge her down. Onto the Behemoth. Charge her down onto Behemoth. let's do it. At least with a good warbow now, I can be a bit more aggressive with these guys compared to in the past. Down. That shot. Ah, the canisters are gone on that guy. Explosions. GG. GG. Alright. I mean, we know what the next two wheel spins are, because there's only two left. And like I said, these are gonna be the last two spins of the day. And we'll start tomorrow with a fresh wheel. So we're replacing a rule, and then we're doing the Stormbird. So replacing a rule brings us down to 12, and Stormbird will bring us down to 11. So yeah, any more spins added now will be done tomorrow. Plus the, 11 we have left. But we're still replacing a rule. You might think, why replace a rule if we're gonna vote to remove rules at the end of Memeridian anyway? But, the rule that gets replaced will still go up against other rules, and, so it still has a chance to matter. Will it matter? I don't know. But first, let's see which rule will be up for grabs. Another first rule, because we still haven't gotten rid of all of them. It's gonna be pigments first. Alright, and let's see what options you guys get. It's gonna be 2679. 2679. Pigments first instead of which rule? So 2, 6, 7, or 9. You guys have 3 minutes. The poll starts now. So let me see here. Rule number 2 is animal figures first. 6 is pigments first. Wait, we already had pigments? Oh wait, cancel the vote. Wait, how did that mistake happen? Hang on a minute. Why was that still on the wheel? Well, I messed up. Spin again. Forget what I just said. Spin again. It's gonna be Dynamic Hut. Dynamic Hut. And let me redo the options then, so it's completely fair. Now it's 1, 2, 3, 7. 1, 2, 3, 7. So Dynamic Hut instead of which rule? So 1, 2, 3, 7. It's either 1, 2, 3, or 7. Now you guys have 3 minutes. There we go. Get your votes in. And let me see here what the rules are. 1 is no auto pickup. 2 is animal figures first. 3 is no restart from save. And 7 is no handling coils. So cast your votes. And also, I'll begin making my way towards the Stormbird. And also just a friendly reminder on top of that is that, like I said, I am ending the Memeridian day for today when I've killed the Stormbird. So no more spins after the Stormbird. Which also means that when the Stormbird is dead, we are voting out half the rules, as we always do at the end of each day of Memeridian. We vote out half the rules, and then we replace them the next day to, you know, mix things up, keep it a little fresh, exciting. So maybe also time to start thinking about which rules to vote out and save. Just, because that will be happening after the Stormbird kill. But, for now, let's hunt down the Stormbird. Let's hunt down the Stormbird. And in the meantime, you guys vote on which rule Dynamic Hut is going in instead of. And that means we start tomorrow with at least 11 spins and a completely fresh wheel off the bat. But luckily for me, since I end on a Stormbird, I'm gonna be right in the middle of the map for those initial spins at least. Which lowers the chances of me getting completely screwed. But it might still happen.
It's over.
It might still happen. Knowing or at least if my luck like today continues, it probably will. Probably will. Watcher. Shut up. You saw nothing. Yeah, it just means the HUD elements will be, you know, only appearing when necessary. A more cinematic experience, if you will. Which is probably how most people play the game. I just always have the HUD on because it's beneficial in the speedrun to be able to look at stuff while you're riding from A to B. But most casual players, I'm pretty sure, play with Dynamic HUD. Yeah, it's not the worst rule ever. Not the worst rule ever. Oh, there you go. You guys voted out number 1. Seems like overwhelmingly. So no auto pickup is gone. Instead of Dynamic HUD. But who knows, maybe you guys will vote out Dynamic HUD here in 10 minutes time. Because in 10 minutes time, when the Stormbird is dead, we'll vote out half the rules. So time to start worrying about that. Like which rules should prioritize which rules. And you can campaign in chat for your opinion and all that good stuff. If you want people to be on your side. Switch that. Oh shit. Why did I immediately forget that? Where's Dynamic HUD in the menu? Oh, there we go. Dynamic. There we go. Now the game is more cinematic. Is that a spin? You know what? That's a dumb enough mistake to warrant a spin. So I guess we're starting with 12 spins tomorrow. I'll let it slide because it's the end of the day. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Mainly because that was a really dumb mistake on my end. To completely forget about that. But there you go, now the HUD is dynamic and we have a more cinematic experience. Isn't that thrilling? How many of you guys actually use dynamic HUD when you play Horizon? Or do you just have it default on or customize it? Yes, am I not a generous god? I probably would have made an argument for not giving a spin if it was in the middle of the day. Tend to not mess with HUD settings. Prefer full HUD always. Default. Full information. Gotcha. I just feel like I hear often people say when they play video games, the first thing they do is limit the HUDs if they have the ability to. Because they want the HUD to only be there if needed. You're hoping for a dumb argument, but this is better. Fair. Oh, sawtooth. And I need to go this way around if I want to get to the Stormbird without having a million more machines to kill. Switch dynamic after 2 playthroughs. Fair. I will say Horizon, I mean, actually most games probably don't really guide you towards settings like that. You kind of just have to look for it yourself if you want to use it. Maybe it's because usually people tend to check settings first before playing a game.
Stocking up?
Especially PC gamers. I know the first thing they do when they get a new game is immediately go into the settings to look for the FOV slider. If you're a PC gamer, I hope you feel called out right now, because don't lie, you probably do that. It's probably the first thing you do in any new game. Alright, let's do it. Bring it on, birdie. Scuffed clockwork. Here to fight you. Oh. Walk right into that one. Luckily, right here we can fix it without restarting the fight. Convenient merchant is convenient. And luckily this guy's willing to trade even though I'm fighting a sawtooth or a Stormbird in the middle of it.
Here we go again.
Get back here. Get back here, you. Yeah, if you thought the prices of eggs were higher, just imagine what eggs would cost an ultra hot.
Down you go.
Mr. Stormbird is dead. It's a fairly clean fight, besides running out of wood in the middle of it. But I'm sure all the men in chat can relate to running out of wood in the middle of a fight, if you know what I mean. Anyway, let's get to a campfire here. Now, it would be stupid of me to save at this campfire, because that would almost guarantee when I load up the save file tomorrow, I have to fight a Stormbird right away. So you know what? Let's save at this campfire. And with that, I think it's time to call it for today. For Memeridian, day 4 has completed, and the support has been absolutely insane today, guys. Holy crap. I thought it was just the first couple of days, people were a little excited and stuff like that, but nope, it's continuing, and I honestly don't know what to say other than thank you. So, goddamn, you guys are fucking awesome. So, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Oh, I'm forgetting to pause the timer. So there we go. And to everyone who's watching on YouTube, watching the VOD of this on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. And see you in the next episode, I guess. Bye. Take care.